John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Are you ready to say that the Eagles are as good as the Lions? Because I am. And are you also ready to say that Saquon Barkley might be an alien or something? Because I am. What that guy did yesterday, I can't wait to talk to you all about it for the next 4 hours. And it's great because we're running on like 4 hours of sleep, and I don't give a damn. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, Johnny. 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas. Yesterday, the Eagles traveled to Los Angeles and beat the Rams to bring their record to 9-2 and continue to be one of the top teams in the NFC. Now they get ready for one of their biggest challenges of the season when they travel to Baltimore to take on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. A victory Monday morning, a sleepless Monday morning, but none of that matters, Johnny. The Eagles beat the doors off the Rams last night in L.A. Good morning.
3 hours and 37 minutes, according to my Apple Watch, is what I'm working on. And I feel like I slept for 10 hours.
Who needs more? Who needs more,
The
John?
adrenaline is real. The energy is real. And yes, the 2024 Eagles most certainly appear to be real too.
So, if you're just waking up and you went to bed a little early last night because you don't have to watch the entirety of the Eagles game and the press conferences, and you go to bed because you want to be ready for your 9 to 5 or your 8 to 4 or
what
whatever.
kind of worker are you if you care about it?
Yeah, exactly. Eagles win last night, 37-20 in L.A.
Woof.
They just completely.
It wasn't 37-20 though. Be sure to tell the people. It was.
It was, but
the Scribinis were in for the last touchdown.
Yeah, exactly.
It was crazy.
It was, more so 37-13. I was playing Cooper Kupp in a fantasy football game, so that was fun. The Eagles just beat up the Rams last night. 24 points in the second half of that football game. And, of course, the biggest story out of everything is Saquon Barkley. 26 carries.
Oh, my God.
For 255 yards. That is an average of 9.8 yards per carry, John.
Somebody's hearing this and not believing it.
No, it's true. Unless the Google machine is wrong.
And the Google machine is not wrong.
It is not. Oh, by the way, he also added 4 catches for 47 yards. So he combined for over 300 yards total in the game from the line of scrimmage.
Okay, that's freaking wild. That's wild.
He's an alien.
I think that could be it. I do believe in aliens.
I do too.
So, and Saquon makes me more of a believer.
Dude, there was a play.
He really does?
There was a play where he only got like 8 yards on, and he just was running sideways. And he was faster than the guys that were coming full steam ahead of him. He was just running sideways. Like, this guy is unbelievable. And you watch what's going on with the New York Giants, who tried to do the Tommy DeVito clown show yesterday, and they just get crushed by the Buccaneers. And you go, wait, you let this guy go for what? Because you didn't want to pay a running back, because you wanted to pay Daniel Jones, because you wanted to pay Drew Lock $5 million to be a backup quarterback for your direct team?
That's what it was. They believed, coming off of that playoff season where Daniel Jones won the game at Minnesota and then came here, they looked at that and said, yeah, we got to have that. And then they realized at that point, we're not paying Saquon too. Well, guess what? I guarantee if a team wants a redo, that's a team that wants a redo.
I still don't know how the GM and the head coach aren't fired, but hey, that's besides the point. This is Philadelphia, baby. We're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. And I want to go back to Friday, John. We talked about what a win would do for us and what a loss would do for us. Now, obviously, the Eagles won, so we do not even have to talk about what a loss would have done for us.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
Very tasty, yes. Johnny. So, if you remember, I said an Eagles win over the Rams if the Eagles secondary balled out, which we're going to get to them soon. I would put them on the same tier as the Detroit Lions. I don't think the Rams are a top 3 team in the NFC.
They're not.
But their talent offensively, you could make the case, are one of the top teams in the NFC. Matt Stafford, still a top 10 quarterback. Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua are arguably one of the better wide receiver duos in the NFL. Obviously, I don't put them ahead of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, but they're in a top 3, top 4 conversation. And, oh, by the way, the Eagles' defense keeps Matthew Stafford to 243 yards. You mentioned the garbage time touchdown at the end.
And that was total garbage
time.
So
when the starters were actually playing, they held him to around 200 yards passing. Puka Nacua had 117 yards, and I don't want to say empty yards, but it was all these plays underneath. They never got any big plays with him.
But it's almost like, you remember when they played Julio Jones in his prime, and the Eagles defense would just with Jim Schwartz, would just let Julio have all the stuff between the 20s, and then they clamped down on him. It reminded me of that game.
It was very much like
that.
They
had no answer for Puka Nacua. But when they got into the red zone, they had an answer.
And, oh, by the way, of the 117 yards, probably half, if not more, was against Isaiah Rodgers when Darius Slay left the game because of the concussion. And
he was bad.
Went healthy with Darius Slay and Quinyon Mitchell and, of course, also Cooper DeJean, the Cooper-on-Cooper battle yesterday. This Eagles secondary can play against anybody. And I put the Rams' skill players, not the team, but the skill players, ahead of the Detroit Lions, like head-to-head. I can say, all right, Cooper Kupp, Amon-Ra St. Brown, wash. Puka Nacua versus Jamison Williams, I'll probably go Nacua in that conversation.
No, I'm going Nacua, but then
I'll give them Sam Laporta over the tight ends that the Rams have, but then
the running backs
and the Lions have a better offensive line. Yes,
Lions have better skill,
but I don't think
not
it's
at wide receiver
better,
necessarily.
But I'll take Stafford over Jared Goff. Like, I don't think it's a world's better offense. It's a better team, duh. But I think this Rams team was a spectacular test for that Eagles young secondary. And for me to say that Eagles young secondary balled out the way that they did, of course they're on the same tier as the Detroit Lions. Are you ready to say the Eagles are not just one of the top teams in the NFC? Hell, I'll go farther, John. Are they one of the top teams in the NFL?
Oh, I already knew. I already thought they were. From the summertime, as I said, from the summertime, I thought I would tease you guys. You got plans the last Sunday in January. By the way, it's a 3 o'clock start for the NFC title game. So
thank you. I'll mark that in my calendar.
You guys have like noon to 3 pregame. I don't know. Vito's probably on that already, getting that schedule together. So I already thought they were. They are, to use the old Dennis Green, they are who I thought they were. But they're a lot better than I thought they were.
Oh, my God.
They're better.
Even better.
The defense, I never thought. The defense. I thought the offense was going to be off the charts, and I thought the defense was going to be more than adequate. I never thought the defense was going to be doing this. I never saw it, and I'm going to tell everybody, if you saw it, you're lying.
Yeah, you're lying. That's
you're
it.
lying.
You
we did not. I do not think we took one call, one text, or otherwise the entire summer long of anybody who said this Eagles team could be led by their defense. And I've got to tell you, I sort of believe this team is being led by their defense.
Oh, they are. And John,
like it's the offense is great. By the way, the offense we talked about, I had said all summer, 27 points was going to be, I thought would be the floor of expectation. They're at 26.9 points per game. They've finally gotten there. Through 11 games, they're there. They're to that 27-point mark. And I think it's only going to get better because the competition gets a little less.
Yeah, and to your point about the calls that we took during the summer, it wasn't just nobody had this expectation. I do believe people were excited for individuals like DeJean and Mitchell. But, John, people were saying that we were too confident.
Yep.
People thought you were freaking a lunatic for saying NFC Championship game. People thought I was a lunatic for 12 wins. Connor had 12 wins. Oh, you guys are blowing all the sunshine up the skirt, and you guys are just saying this kind of stuff. No. We felt this way, but we also thought the Eagles' offense would be prolific, which yesterday they were. But nobody thought that this defense would be a top 5 defense in the NFL. Not 10,
well,
5.
I think they're number 1 across. I think they're 6th in points. I think they're 6th in points, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But they're ridiculous. I mean, honestly, this defense is as good as we've seen in a while. And, by the way, we all missed the boat, including myself. Including at the bye week, we talked about how wretched the pass rush was. Somehow, Vic Fangio has taken the island of misfit toys and turned it into a very, very impressive pass rush.
So
I can't believe it. I don't know how he's doing it, but his defenses have always created turnovers and gotten after quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Well, they're getting after quarterbacks.
So last night I put out a tweet on social media. I said, seriously, how bad were these dudes last year? And it was 2 photos.
By the way, people were pissed at you for doing it.
So
Which was
don't
weird
know
to me.
why. So I said Sean Desai. I put photos of Sean Desai and Matt Patricia. And people, it's not that they were pissed. They were trying to defend Desai and like, oh, well, they didn't have the talent that the Eagles have this year. Okay.
Bull Pucky.
Can I make this case? Do you believe that those guys, Desai and Matt Patricia, would have taught these rookies how to play as well as they are?
No.
And oh, by the way, I can make the case that the pass rush or the defensive line was better last year than it was this year. You had Hassan Reddick on that line last year. Josh Sweat was a year younger. Brandon Graham was a year younger. Fletcher Cox actually had a very good season.
Who's trying to, to me, I saw people trying to give you that grief, and I was honestly just saying, what are they talking about?
And Zach Bond is a Vic Fangio creation or a discovery. So those guys, yes, they were that bad last year. And I'm not going to say that this Eagles defense is just because of Vic Fangio, but man, he is probably number one as to why this defense is as good as it is.
The Eagles are 8th in sacks with 33.
With arguably a on paper bad defensive front.
And a much younger defensive front than last year.
Yes.
Come on. Last year, in 17 games, they had 43 sacks. With 6 games to go, they're trailing that by 10. But think of how much more differently you look at this Eagles defense and how impactful they are. They were disruptive last night. I watched Matt Stafford's college career up close and personal. Great dude. And I saw him. I've seen that look that was in his eyes last night. He had the look of, what the hell, guys?
Yeah.
Like I don't have time to even breathe.
Right.
And he scrambled that one time for like a 17-yard gain
Early
or
on
whatever
in the game. It was like the first play for him.
First time he scrambled all year, and then he pretty much did not scramble again.
Yeah.
It was a tattooing of, and I could see the look in his eyes, having seen him enough play, that he was doing he wanted to say, what the
bleep,
guys, come on. But he didn't. He's a good teammate. And unfortunately, it didn't work out last night for him.
Fortunately for the Eagles,
us,
man.
Yes.
All right, so here's Nick Sirianni, because the Eagles are now 9-2.
Woo.
They just went on the road, cross country, which is tough, on the national stage, Sunday Night Football, and just a beatdown of the Rams. And look, there's too many great things to even bring up, like a slow start and a couple of field goals. I did write down my notes at one point. Field goals aren't going to win you this game because their first 2 long drives ended in 3 points, 6 total, and then they just went off. But now there's going to be a lot of national hype. Obviously, there's been a lot of hype here locally. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about how they're going to deal with it.
Everyone's going to be telling us how good we are. Everyone's going to be telling us you're one of the better teams. We don't listen to that. All we got to do is put our heads down and work. Just like when people tell you aren't good enough and you got to block it out and put your head down and work, it's the same situation here. Because I think what's going to happen, obviously, this is what I told our team after, is, everyone's going to be calling you. The media is going to be telling you how good you are. The fans going to be telling you how good you are. That all doesn't matter. All that matters is that we go back to work, get ready for a really good opponent. All that is rat poison. So please don't tell them how good they are. They played really good today, but we got a lot of work to do. We made some mistakes, coaching mistakes, playing mistakes that we got to correct. We're into trying to do something special, and to do that, it's going to take the work day in, day out.
I said it before halftime. I said it at halftime that I felt that it felt like the Dallas game.
Yeah.
Put out that tweet, and I'm like, this feels like the Dallas game. Like they, again, fuddled around in the dark looking for their keys as your wife sleeps and you're trying to make sure you don't make any noise. And then in the second half, they just were like, bang.
Yeah.
I still do not understand something. I'm not trying to be negative, but I just can't figure this out. How in the world is this team so great at adjusting to what the opposing defense is doing to stop them that they steamroll people and they are the best offense in the NFL once the second quarter begins? They are the best point-scoring offense in the NFL. How in the world, if you're that good at making adjustments on the fly, do you not have a better plan from the jump?
It ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you get hit.
I mean,
Get back up.
But
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish,
Yeah,
John.
but I don't understand how they're so good at it. And that, by the way, is Kellen Moore. That's not the head coach making all these adjustments in game. That's the offensive coordinator. So at the end of the first quarter, he's seeing exactly what's going on, and he comes up with a plan that makes them the best offense in the NFL. But when they have a chance all week to look at the opponent, they don't have a plan coming out of the gate that works. I don't understand that part of it, but they're 9-2, and now they are 7th in points scored.
Yeah, and
so they're doing fine.
Yeah, and you're right. These adjustments that they've made
they're amazing.
Have been spectacular.
No, amazing.
So the rat poisoning part made me laugh, but Nick Sirianni's answer is great, and it's spot on for what a head coach is supposed to say of a 9-2 football team. But we're not the head coach of the football team. We are going to be hyped up. We're going to talk about how this team is great. So again, the question, it's 610-632-0975. Last week, I said a win against the Rams and a good performance by the secondary would have me put them on the same tier of the Lions. I had the Lions at tier 1, Eagles tier 2. Everybody else was beneath both of those teams. They're now in the same tier as the Lions, and I'll go ahead and say that the Eagles and Lions are probably on a tier of their own in the NFL with the Chiefs and Bills. Like, honestly, I think it's those 4 teams. I know they were playing the Ravens this weekend, and that's not a team I want to sleep on. But the Ravens, you look up, they have 4 losses this year.
We watched a lot of Chiefs yesterday. My daughter's home for Thanksgiving week, and we watched because she has Travis Kelce and Juju on her fantasy team. So she wanted to see more of that. We're watching it. I got to tell you right now, I don't care what the record says. The Eagles are better than the Chiefs.
I know. They're just still the Chiefs. That's the only thing.
They are, exactly.
That's all.
Exactly. The Chiefs showed you last year, though, they could be 11-6.
Right.
And lose on Christmas Day in a blowout at home to the Raiders, and then just flip a switch.
That's why I still have them on that top
I do,
tier.
But I'm telling you right now, I would absolutely pick the Eagles to beat the Chiefs if they play.
Oh, if they're playing right now, hell yeah, man.
I would absolutely pick them ahead. Detroit, well, another story. But it's interesting
come on, brother.
No, it's in it.
Pick them.
No, the game's in Detroit. I'm not saying.
Coin flip.
Oh yeah, it's
coin flip.
I don't know.
That game was in L.A. last night.
Okay, you're saying. Well, don't make Detroit L.A.
I know.
Detroit's going to give you 65,000 people that are throaty. And by the way, the Eagles aren't getting 10,000 seats, 20,000
for
seats
a playoff game
in Detroit.
Yeah,
they're gonna mortgage the future and everything. But this Eagles team is it's tremendous. And I saw joy last night out of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, which is great.
How many times do you remember Jalen Hurts smiling like that during a game ever in his career? Ever?
In a game, I remember, but none last year. Yeah. None. Until post-game, they would win a few. Like, I still remember the Bills game. He was walking off the field going, I don't know what to say. Because they didn't know how they were still finding ways to win. This year, they're just putting their foot on the throats of teams week in and week out.
He laughed with Saquon. Like, gave him the big hug. He was so happy for Kenny Gainwell when he got his TD.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way.
The whole team was.
And by the way, who was the first person excited for Kenny Gainwell? Saquon in his face, bat in his helmet. And you could see Kenny Gainwell's respect for the man.
Absolutely.
Like, this team there's happiness again. There's happiness. There's excitement at the NovaCare Center, and last year it was devoid of joy.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Saquon, here he was last night with SVP late night on ESPN, talking about running for 255 yards.
There's a humility, which I appreciate, Saquon. At the same time, like, certain numbers are hard to ignore. Like 255, man, when I say that to you, that's what goes through your mind. I mean, these are bright lights, man. 255, what do you got?
Definitely puts a smile on your face. You know, they told me on the sideline that I broke Eagles franchise record. So these are things that I train for. I'm big on visualizing stuff, visualize success. When stuff like this happens to me, you know, I kind of ready to put it out there and let it come to light. But I'm just in a spot right now where I'm happy, thankful for the organization to bring me in here and just being consistent, seeing how consistent I can be. And, you know, it's all great now. Again, MVP chance and rush for 255 yards. But the beauty of the NFL, you got to get ready for next week, and we got to get ready for the Ravens.
So it leads to another question. Can you continue to win this way? Where
this way?
It is a run offense, not just run first. Last night was exactly what I've been wanting. Now, not 255 yards. I'm not expecting that, right? That was just crazy.
You have high expectations of that.
But game manager Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, your lead feature. A.J. Brown, still your go-to guy. Of the 179 passing yards for Jalen Hurts, 109 of them went to A.J. Brown.
By the way, that was the quietest 109.
It absolutely was.
Because of Saquon.
And a touchdown, too, by the way.
It's unbelievable.
So there are a lot of football people.
And
football
Devontae
guys,
wasn't there.
And he wasn't, yeah. Football guys will tell you, in today's NFL, you have to be able to throw the football in order to win. Sometimes the best teams are always ahead of the curve. Sometimes the best teams are maybe the teams that are setting the standard. Do you believe you can win this way and win this way big? You already know my answer, but I would like to hear more from you guys all. Coming up next, John, Connor, also the phone line 610-632-0975. Are you ready to say the Eagles are one of the top teams in the NFL? Screw the C. NFL. And can you win this way? We'll talk about that next. Also, we do have to bring the mood down a little bit.
No.
Well, no, we do. It has nothing to do with how the Eagles played, but what happened to a player, which will bum us all out. We'll talk about that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles win their 7th straight. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update's brought to you by Bet Parks. Join Seth Joyner and D. Gunn for the Bet Parks pre- and post-game shows live at Parks Casino for every Birds game. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Eagles won their 7th straight game last night, dominating the Rams 37-20 the final on Sunday Night Football. Saquon Barkley is on another level right now. He rushed for 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, had 302 yards total from scrimmage. One of the greatest performances, not just in Eagles history, in NFL history. Nick Sirianni talked about his running back after the game.
Saquon's a special player, and we were able to hit a couple home runs. Saquon has that ability to hit home runs, and so sometimes that's how it goes. You get some short gains, boom, home run, and Saquon's that type of player, and our offense line did a good job.
Unfortunately, the one blemish on the night is injury news with Brandon Graham. He told reporters after the game he tore his triceps and is done for the year. So the Eagles could certainly use some help on the edge as they prepare to take on the Ravens next. The Sixers fell to the Clippers 125-99 last night at the Wells Fargo Center. They're falling to 3-13 with that loss. Tough start for them. The Flyers take on the Vegas Golden Knights at the Wells Fargo Center tonight at 7 p.m. That game's live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll talk to Andrew DiCecco coming up at 8:10 for his day after the check-in, live from the West Coast. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
6:30 on a victory Monday morning, Johnny. My God, does it feel a lot easier to get up this early? I gave myself 20 extra minutes of sleep today, but it was easy to get out of bed once the alarm went off on a football Monday, a victory football Monday. So I do want to bring down the mood. Well, I don't want to, but we have to bring down the mood for a second before we get
one
back.
of the big storylines.
Yeah, before we get back to the holly jollies of what this game was last night, and Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, the young secondary, and everybody. Like, the team was just spectacular. Really sad news comes out of the Eagles locker room post-game yesterday. Brandon Graham is done for the season. So during the game, first off, he's balling out.
He was
getting to Stafford.
He was unreal.
Either getting sacks, hurries, half sacks, tackles for loss against Kyron Williams and running backs.
Why was that happening? As they kept pointing out on the broadcast. Because Jalen Carter is a freaking monster.
Yeah, of course.
And he's just creating opportunities for everybody else.
Yeah.
And Jalen Carter's not getting his splashy stuff, but they're just saying, shut down Jalen Carter. We'll take our risk with everybody. We'll take our risk with everybody else.
Oh, by the way, he's held every single play too, Jalen
Oh
Carter.
my gosh.
It's unbelievable.
Tyrone pointed that out on a tweet. Said they showed a sequence of plays, if you missed it during the fourth quarter, of Jalen Carter, and every single one of them there was a hold.
Yeah.
And I'm floored that Chris Collinsworth and Mike Tirico didn't mention, wow, he's getting held on every play. They didn't mention it, but maybe they're told not to.
Maybe. And I
the
imagine
officials.
Nick Sirianni and the Eagles might send some of that footage to the NFL.
Poorly
and say,
officiated game is fair without whining about it.
Yeah.
I think it was the worst officiated game, Eagle game, that I can remember in a long time.
As bad as Isaiah Rodgers was yesterday, that pass interference that was called on him in the end zone, what, did his fingernail catch him?
I thought the Slay one was more.
It was more.
I thought the Slay one was more egregious that they called.
How
about the Landon Dickerson
I understood
one?
the call.
Oh my
yeah, the
gosh.
Landon Dickerson one. I don't understand. It was a horrible day by the officials, but obviously it didn't affect the Eagles enough for them to lose. But yeah, bad day for the officials yesterday. But Brandon Graham had a great game yesterday, and then unfortunately you saw a moment where he was sitting on the sideline and he had like trainers around him. I didn't catch it in game that he got like hurt.
Well, we didn't see the play where he got hurt because he's usually in heavy traffic.
Right.
He's usually in heavy groups of people. But when he came to the sideline, they didn't even show him coming off.
No, they just showed him sitting on the bench like with this sad look on his face. And
Like there was something wrong.
A lot of the reporters tweeted out they just saw Jalen Hurts and Brandon Graham have a long embrace on the sideline. Here's Brandon Graham at his locker following the game yesterday, talking about his season being over.
It was a pass play. The running back came and chipped me, like right here on my arm. I've been dealing with my tricep anyway, just from from pushing people. You get a little tendonitis. But this time it was different. He hit me, and it was stung a little longer. And then when they tried to examine me, I knew someone right. And he told me, and, I just tried to process it out there and then end up leaving off, call my wife and, just let her know the news and, kids crying. But it's like, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. No sense of crying about it. Just got to know that I put everything into it. It hurt, but I'm telling you, I'm going to be better from it.
It's sad because, first off, he's Brandon Graham. Second of all, he's playing great this year. And now, Bryce Huff, I know nobody's been in love with Bryce Huff. He's out for some time because of the wrist surgery. Brandon Graham's now done for the season. You're now starting to look around that edge rusher room, and you're going, all right, we got Josh Sweat, who had another sack yesterday, had a good game yesterday. And now you're going to rely on, third-round pick Jalix Hunt. Obviously, you're still going to get your pressure from the interior with Jalen Carter. But losing Brandon Graham is big for two reasons. A, he's Brandon Graham. He is a face of the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's good work on your part.
I imagine he is one of those big leaders inside the locker room. And the second reason, he's been balling out this year. It's a shame.
He's been unbelievable. And we all have a lot of respect, and all of us have had different exposures to Brandon Graham.
Yes.
What, did you do a recording thing with him, or was that the Jason Kelce?
No, that was
thing
Jason Kelce. But I've met Brandon Graham
Right.
off air a few times, and my God, is he just a spectacular human being.
He is so generous. He is such a generous guy as far as with his time. his kindness and everything. It's too early to talk about, but I'm hoping that this isn't it. I'm hoping this isn't.
Well, dude, there are people
going to
tweeting.
end up
How many
being
tweets did you see yesterday? Brandon Graham needs to play another year before the injury
There are a million.
because of how well he was
a
playing.
monster. He was a monster yesterday.
He was playing so good yesterday that people were tweeting, he's got to play another year. He's got to play another year. And then, of course, this happens, and it is unfortunate. But you're right. I do hope.
Yeah, we can have that conversation another time, but just know the respect that this guy has, that we have for this guy, is incredible.
Yeah, he's a great human being as much as he is a great player and has forever been a great Eagle. All right, so we'll get to your texts and your calls throughout the show today at 610-632-0975. But again, our questions today. When it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles, are you ready to say that they are not just one of the best teams in the NFC, but change that C to an L? I mean, if you think about it, I will not take the Chiefs off the tier, but you're right, John. They haven't looked good this year.
No, they you know what they look like? And it's probably wrong. They look like last year's Eagles.
Dude, I think we all had the same thought. Aren't they 10-1 right now?
And they are.
Yeah, so I had the same thought.
But they look like last year's. Whereas I say if you look at 10-1, if you look at the 10-1 Lions, they don't look like last year's Eagles.
Correct.
They look like the 2017 Eagles.
Yes, they do.
Or the 2022 Eagles.
Correct.
So there's a difference. And we're not just picking on the Chiefs.
No.
The Chiefs just look like you can move the ball on them.
Yeah, I mean, they almost lost to the Panthers
Bryce Young moved the ball up and down the field all day long.
Yeah, and he's a bust as of right now. But, Chiefs will still be on that tier. Bills, of course, on that tier. Until the Ravens start winning consistently, they're not there yet. I'm not afraid of Russell Wilson. I'm afraid of the Steelers' defense, but I'm not afraid of Russell Wilson. So Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions. That's those are the four teams, and that's almost like NFC and AFC championship weekend.
Well, you have plans, so just don't plan any more like romantic getaways or anything like that.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Wait till after the Eagles parade to do that.
But it's just, John, I think it was a month ago, we were like, all right, are they there yet? Are they there yet? And deservedly so, because they had a rough start to start the season, and it wasn't that long ago where Nick Sirianni had his incidents with the Cleveland Browns, yelling at fans, the post-game press conference, how bad he coached the Jaguars game with the in-game decision. So it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. But, man, you watch this team play, and now Nick Sirianni himself has not made bad decisions. They look like a 9-2 football team. Like last night, we just said it. The Chiefs don't necessarily look like a 10-1 football team. The Eagles look like a 9-2 football team. And that's why I look at them and I go, they are one of the better teams in the NFL. And
okay, why do you look at this team? What is it about this team that you say absolutely is not last year's? I have my number one answer, but I want to hear yours.
Defense.
And see if it's.
I know the defense can get stops.
There it is.
Remember third downs last year?
Oh, my gosh.
It was horrible.
I think that's it, is that overall is that because the offense, do you actually feel that much better about the offense?
Absolutely, and there's a big reason why.
Saquon Barkley.
Nope.
What?
Not Saquon Barkley.
Kellen Moore.
They could run the ball last year. The coordinator, well, he's calling a good game, but listen, what did Jalen Hurts do last year that we all got so pissed off about? He had his career high in turnovers. He has protected the football incredibly. And as much as we get caught up with the Saquon Barkley numbers, the offense in the NFL in 2024 always runs through the quarterback. And if you have a guy that protects the football, you have an infinitely better chance to win.
Jared Goff, who is having a great year, has as many turnovers in one game, interceptions in one game, as Jalen Hurts has all season. 5 interceptions for Hurts. 5 interceptions in one game for Jared Goff. The idea that they're both really good quarterbacks.
Yes.
And I think Jared Goff's the better passer. I do think he's a better passer.
Fair to say.
But I also believe the guy who could implode more likely is not even close. That Jared Goff could be the guy under pressure that would make more mistakes.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's incredibly valuable.
5 interceptions in one game.
What Connor says there is incredibly valuable.
And by the way, since the bye, I know Jalen threw the interception against the Cowboys. It was an incredible play by Trayvon Diggs.
I don't even look at that one as
but it was an incredible play. But other than that interception, I mean, he's had one. That was the only one since the bye.
He is Jalen Hurts. I said it yesterday and got some grief from people and was surprised. But I never know if I'm getting grief from locals or unless I go and look at profiles.
Yeah.
If I'm getting it from locals or people maybe used to follow nationally or otherwise. I looked at it and said, if people think Jalen Hurts is a problem, they aren't watching Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Love, and by the way, that was the easiest bet on the board. Jordan Love under 250 yards passing. He got like 160. Like, Jordan Love is not special. He's not.
Well,
He's a young guy.
Josh Jacobs ran for like 140 yards.
But he's but he's not a special passer. He's just not. And C.J. Stroud is a nice young quarterback who has to develop. But this year, Jalen Hurts had to read that C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love
surpassed him.
Were better than him as quarterbacks. And I cried BS then, and I'll cry BS now. They are not where Jalen Hurts is. They're not.
No.
Not yet, but they might be.
And this is
they
why.
Might be.
And John, I know we do what we do for a living. We have opinions,
sure,
and, takes, and all that kind of stuff. For anybody that has gone out as far as saying that Jalen Hurts will keep them from winning something, this is why you're foolish.
You're just not paying attention.
Because last night, game manager, and we say that in a nice way.
Yes.
We don't say that disrespectfully. He was damn near perfect again.
It was fan. He had a great game last night.
He had a great game last night.
And by the way, he got rid of the ball. There was one time on one drive where he didn't get rid of the ball enough.
Yeah. All right, we hear from you.
incredible.
610-632-0975. Are you ready to say that the Eagles are one of the best teams? Put them in Tier 1, not just of the NFC, but in the NFL. Coming up next, before the game, Johnny hit me with, quote, I have a bunch of stats today. Some of them are just incredible. So we'll get to some of them next. Your text messages as well on a Football Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Beachcomb to Konechny.
is 6:47 on a Victory Football Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. A Victory Football Monday.
That sounds good.
Visit nopaybryant.com. Good morning. Welcome to Kincade Salciunas, show number 181, Thanksgiving week, Baltimore Ravens week. But first, we get to react to Eagles-Rams. Eagles go into L.A. last night, and they just put up a masterclass. 37-20 is the victory, which is why we're leading to this question today. Are you ready to say that the Eagles are in a tier with, I would say, and I'll ask you guys, do you add or take away any teams? I have Eagles, Lions, Chiefs, Bills. I'm going bigger now. We're not doing just NFC. Is there a team that you would add or remove from that tier?
No.
Are you in agreement?
I'm not adding. It's funny, as you said earlier, the Eagles about like the 1-2 top 3 in the NFC. I don't know who's third.
I don't know either, dude.
Like, honestly, I don't know. Connor, do you have a...
No, man, not remotely. It's those 4 teams, and that's it. And you don't even have to worry about who's third. The Eagles are significantly better than anybody else in this conference outside of Detroit.
And, and then, if anything, you would remove a team if somebody doesn't believe in the Chiefs, but, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you can't take off the back-to-back Super Bowl champs.
No, they're the vampire. I need my garlic, I need my knife. What else do you need? A cross? What else do you need for the vampire?
Spike.
Or is that a werewolf?
No, you need a spike.
A spike, yeah. Spike, garlic, and
stake through the heart.
And a cross. Johnny, give us some stats. You said you have stats that will blow our minds.
And I thank the Philadelphia Eagles for some of them. I thank ESPN Stats and Information for some of them. But they're just ridiculous. Let's start with something crazy for you. For a guy in Nick Sirianni, who has taken a lot of bullets.
Oh, yeah.
In this town. And I'm sure that right now, Bill Colarulo's getting ready, doing show prep at home with a coffee mug with Nick Sirianni's picture on it.
He's not just Bill Colarulo. He's Buffalo Bill. He's looking at himself in the mirror. He's
feeling it. How about Nick Sirianni, 43-19 now? The 7th highest all-time winning percentage of any coach who's coached 60 games.
That's amazing. Any?
7th highest winning percentage all time of any coach who has been a head coach for 60 games minimum. And to put it in perspective for you, since Nick Sirianni's become a head coach, only Andy Reid and Sean McDermott have a better winning percentage. And Sean McDermott is just a nudge above Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, and you're talking about a Hall of Fame head coach in Andy Reid, and you're talking about Sean McDermott, who's just unfortunately ran into that Hall of Fame head coach numerous times in AFC Championship games and AFC playoffs.
So
yeah, exactly. But like McDermott, if Andy Reid and the Chiefs aren't a thing, McDermott probably has a little bit better of a resume in terms of playoff success.
No question he does.
Yeah, look, Sirianni,
those numbers are incredible.
Nick Sirianni does still deserve credit. When he gets ripped, they've all been deservedly so. I don't think anybody's, sometimes shots at Nick Sirianni are unfair, myself included. But when it comes to actual football talk, I don't think anything's been blown out of proportion. Like the in-game decisions that he's made in the past, he has since learned from them.
I think so.
He took points yesterday.
I said it right away. I'm like, he better be taking the points here.
He didn't overthink it.
No. He just got right after it. Took the points. They get the turnover on the opening drive. And they go and they just take care of business.
It's funny. He may not have done anything special yesterday, but him not doing anything special is special to me.
I don't know, man. Like, you look at, and whether he should have been able to make the decision or not, changing his mind to accepting that penalty, taking the Rams out of a situation where they could have had a 4th and 3 and gone for it. Like, he had a really, really good game last night.
Surprised.
I think he got lucky that they let him do that.
I'm surprised the league allowed it. Yep.
They should never allow that.
No, they shouldn't.
No,
unless the Eagles do it. Everybody else, no.
Oh, okay.
They
Good
were
idea,
lining
Connor.
up. They were lining up. They're about to take the snap, and then all of a sudden a whistle's blown, and it's we accept the penalty. But hey, it benefited the Eagles, and I'm thrilled about it. Connor, what do we have on our text line? Our other psychos that are up this early following a Sunday night beatdown like that get up with us. Who do we got on the text line?
So we have Tim from Bensalem leading us off today, and I'm going to go back to the text he sent before this one. We're getting a double text here. So November 19th, he said, the eye test is what separates the Eagles from the Lions. The Eagles haven't done what the Lions did last week. I want to see them destroy an opponent that is a quality opponent. This morning he texts.
Don't tell me he's moving the goalpost.
He says, that was the game I wanted to see.
Good.
Total
Okay.
domination. This team is absolutely up there with Detroit.
I asked you guys last night, are they a wagon? Connor, you tend to be the wagoneer.
Are you?
Are they
a wagon? Yeah, they're probably. Saquon's a wagon. They're on the verge. They're on wagon watch.
They're on wagon watch,
Yes.
wagon wheel.
Yeah, they're on wagon watch.
Is this like when a blizzard's coming?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's go to the weather center. Here's Connor Thomas. We're on wagon watch.
Actually, they'd be on wagon warning if we're using the proper one. Like
Okay,
we've
so
seen, the wagon is touched down.
But it's amazing. Like you said it earlier, John, and you were spot on. Like, meanwhile, A.J. Brown had a quiet 6-catch, 109-yard performance and a touchdown.
That's damn loud. That's incredible.
But because it was
the
Saquon
overshadowed.
Barkley day. Like,
Yes.
And oh, by the way, Saquon has 4 catches for 47 yards, which is amazing. But this offense, you're not stopping Saquon. You could try. You're not stopping him. But if you do, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith exist.
Devontae Smith didn't even play.
I know he didn't. It's amazing.
They would have scored 45 last night with Devontae Smith easily. They get another touchdown. It was incredible. Oh, and by the way, too, Jake Elliott, welcome back.
Yes. And you know what?
His evil twin, showed up for that previous
I loved
game.
how close the field goals were because that could be one of those, hey, you just need to see one go through the uprights and you feel better. And now I bet you he hits a 50-yarder next week against the Ravens.
He looked fine.
And he looks over at Justin Tucker and says, I'm him. All right? Sit down, old man.
Do not like Tucker.
It's now the Jake Elliott turn. All right, coming up next, we reset the show. We'll get back to our questions. We'll hear from you. Also hear from Nick Sirianni. Blocking out the hype. We played that clip earlier today. Jalen Hurts talked about that as well, about not being satisfied yet. They are the people that need to say it. We'll be the ones that say the opposite, that we are feeling the hype and that we are satisfied and we still want more. Also, 7:15-ish, you'll hear a montage of last night's incredible performance by the Eagles, both offensively and defensively. And, of course, Saquon Barkley will be a focal point of it. It is Kincade Salciunas on a Victory Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A historic night for Saquon. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first, so what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Saquon Barkley had a historic night in the Eagles' 7th straight victory, a 37-20 win in L.A. over the Rams on Sunday Night Football last night. Saquon, what did he do? Well, he just started with 255 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. The total yards from scrimmage, 302. Not just one of the great performances in Eagles history, one of the greatest single-game performances in NFL history. Nick Sirianni talked about his running back after the game.
Saquon's a special player, and we were able to hit a couple home runs. Saquon has that ability to hit home runs, and so sometimes that's how it goes. You get some short gains, boom, home run, and Saquon's that type of player, and our offense line did a good job.
He absolutely is that type of player. Is he potentially the MVP? We'll have to keep an eye on that storyline as the season progresses. Unfortunately, a storyline we'll have to watch as well. The Eagles' edge rusher group is getting a little bit thin. Brandon Graham last night announced after the game he had torn his triceps. He is done for the year. The Sixers fell to the Clippers 125-99 last night at the Wells Fargo Center, falling to 3-13 on the season. The Flyers take on the Vegas Golden Knights at the Wells Fargo Center tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. That game will be live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll talk to Andrew DiCecco coming up at 8:10. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia 76ers basketball.
a Victory Monday, presented by our friends at Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. I'm still sometimes just at a loss for words. Like when we're watching Saquon Barkley, I almost later on the show want to try to put it in the context about how good this guy is. I know you have more stats. I've
got numbers that'll blow your mind.
Can you give me a Saquon Barkley specific
stat?
How about this? Because I imagine that you have a couple after a game last night where he runs for 255 yards, finishes with over 300 yards of total offense, 2 more touchdowns, 9.8 yards per carry. Think about that for a second. On 26 carries. It's not like he was a wide receiver that did one end around for 10 yards. 26 carries for 255 yards, Johnny.
How about Saquon needs just 216 yards rushing?
So that could happen in a half.
To record the best rushing season in Eagles history.
What?
216 yards will break Shady McCoy's best rushing season ever for the Eagles.
They still
with
have
6 games left to play, which we're hoping the last 2 home games they can sort of give them a light load. Because you may even want that Giant game, and I talked about that this morning on Twitter with some folks, to be your bye week in case you're the 2 seed.
Yeah.
So, but Saquon, 216 yards. Right now, he has 1,649 yards of all-purpose yards. Now, Brian Westbrook in the modern era has the best season ever at 2,183 all-purpose yards. So Saquon is well on around 100 yards a week. He'd beat that. He doesn't even need. He needs 100 yards. He needs 500 yards in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
But he probably won't do it. And he didn't get to return punts.
Right.
As Connor pointed out. But Saquon's going to have a 2,000-yard season barring a disaster. It's unbelievable.
Johnny, I'm on Eric Dickerson watch. All right. You want to know how many yards away? I don't know if that's in the stat sheet. You want to know how many yards away he's from Eric Dickerson? Go ahead. You guys take a guess.
700.
Nah, less in 6 and change, right?
No, Johnny is close.
Really?
713.
Oh, you could still do that.
So, again, I want it to happen within 5 games, not 6, because I want it to be legit. Because you know what people are going to say. Oh, well, he had the extra game to do it. So, 713 divided by 5 is 142. So he would have to average around 142 yards rushing per game. Now, it doesn't have to be 142 per game. He could have another 255-yard rushing day for all I know.
He could. I don't believe that's going to happen, but he could.
I didn't believe he'd rush for 255.
Yeah, exactly.
John, it's possible.
Yes.
Honestly, it is worth keeping an eye on. We are on Eric Dickerson watch when it comes to Saquon Barkley for most rushing yards in a single season. Eric Dickerson holds that record with 2,105.
That does not seem real. Doesn't seem real, but it is.
But it is.
What a great day.
It's unbelievable. All right, so here's what we're talking about today. The Eagles. I said on Friday that a win against the Rams, as long as the secondary showed up. If the Eagles won 40-39, obviously the secondary would have struggled a little bit in this game. But the fact that the Eagles won the way they did yesterday, 37-20, and Johnny pointed out earlier, garbage time touchdown for the Rams at the end there.
That was a goober 7 points at the end.
It should have been
6 points.
6 points because they went for 2. So the final score I can't say reality, but
in reality it was 14.
It was 37-14. That means the Eagles secondary held Matthew Stafford at quarterback with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp at wide receivers to 14 total points.
Okay, I have to give you this number now because I was saving it. They have kept the Eagles defense is now right now 7 games in a row holding opponents under 300 total yards.
That's unbelievable.
It hasn't happened since 2008.
And I know they've played some teams that were less competitive during the stretch.
Yeah, but you know what? Back then you did too. Back then you did too.
The Bengals, they held that team in check. And,
they
Joe
dominated.
Burrow,
they dominated the Bengals like they dominated the last night. Dominated the
Joe
Rams.
Burrow should get MVP votes. He's not going to because they're not winning, but he should get MVP votes. They held Matt Stafford in check. And then look at all the wide receivers that they have slowed down. I know the quarterbacks haven't been great, but they've slowed down Malik Neighbors, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Cooper Kupp yesterday.
It's a Pro Bowl lineup.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's not one of those things where you could say, remember we had the thing about the 2021 Eagles that everybody was saying when they played a good opponent, like a good quarterback,
Yeah.
they got just carved up.
Because they did. It was like 80% completion percentages. Yeah.
But like Derek Carr did it, and Patrick Mahomes and some others.
Yeah.
This year, if you were to say this young secondary of the Eagles, well, who have they stopped? In fact, they've stopped freaking everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
They've everybody. And Puka Nacua last night, again, that was the most empty calories. Seriously. Since they had Snackwells.
It was everything that was underneath.
And you guys don't even remember. You're too young for Snackwells.
No idea what a snack
Never
well
even
is.
heard of it.
A Snackwell was the first low-fat cookie to come out.
Oh, interesting.
And they looked like Girl Scout cookies, like in the containers. And people would get Snackwells and be like, "Man, I can have like cookies again."
Yeah.
And I'm not eating oh my God! Like
So
people
Puka
ate them
Nacua
less.
is a
He's a Snackwell.
low-fat cookie.
He's a Snackwell. Like, because you know what would happen is people would eat 20 of them.
Right.
They'd eat a sleeve thinking, "Oh, I can eat these
And
things."
they'd end up matching how much they would normally eat.
And then it would be it.
So when I see that, when I see what the secondary did yesterday en route to an Eagles win on the road against the Rams, I said on Friday, if they were to play the way they did last night, I would put them on the same tier as the Detroit Lions. I'm going to go a step farther, even though it kind of makes sense because the Lions were on tier 1 of the entire NFL.
Okay.
The Eagles are on the same tier of the 4 best teams in the NFL: Chiefs, Bills, Lions, Eagles. What say you? 610-632-0975. Are you ready to say it? I know you are, John. Connor, you were kind of the most hesitant one as of like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where are we at today?
That's out the window. I'm not hesitant about this team anymore. I don't know how you could be. Logically, there's no reason to be. This team has everything you need. Not only do they have everything you need, the calling cards of this football team travel. The run game, the defense, this is what a team that is built to have success in the postseason looks like. Now, they've got to finish the job. It's not going to be easy. It's not one of those years where they're the standalone best team in the NFC. And we've seen that before for Eagles teams, where not only are they a wagon, but there's also no other team that's on that tier in their conference. But still, if you're not looking at this team and thinking about New Orleans, you're crazy.
I need to know because Kira, I guess it's Kira.
Hello, Kira.
Needs to know, what is a wagon? Connor?
Well, it's this little thing with wheels that you
No,
drag
but I mean,
behind.
yes, please.
No, a wagon is basically this team stacked. They're a monster.
They
They're-
cannot be. It's like a rolling downhill.
I will tell
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
I will tell
exactly.
you. It's not the first wagon I'm thinking of.
Oh, calm down over there.
It's not.
Okay.
All right.
We're all adults here.
7:09 a.m.
When
Have
I
some
think
decorum.
of a wagon, I think of something else first. Like when John sent that text last night, I almost responded with other wagons.
Okay.
You know,
No,
Ones
the
with-
the
ones-
football or
like
the sports
big,
sense of the wagon.
big wagons. You know, the big wheels.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of.
No,
You were
it's just
thinking of
this
that.
big vehicle.
So she needed a
unstoppable.
Kira. There you go.
Yes.
You got it. A wagon.
Wow.
There you go.
That's a nice compliment. All right. So we are hyped up. The team are saying all the right things, even though I think they realize how good they are. Here was Nick Sirianni after the game yesterday trying to make sure that everybody is blocking out the noise.
Everyone's going to be telling us how good we are. Everyone's going to be telling us you're one of the better teams. We don't listen to that. All we got to do is put our heads down and work. Just like when people tell you you aren't good enough and you got to block it out and put your head down and work, it's the same situation here. Because I think what's going to happen, obviously, this is what I told our team after is, everyone's going to be calling you. The media is going to be telling you how good you are. The fans going to be telling you how good you are. That all doesn't matter. All that matters is that we go back to work, get ready for a really good opponent. All that is rat poison. So please don't tell them how good they are. They played really good today, but we got a lot of work to do. We made some mistakes, coaching mistakes, playing mistakes that we got to correct. We're into trying to do something special, and to do that, it's going to take the work day in, day out.
I love that.
Can I ask him? Can I ask you right now? If I said to you, what coaching mistakes did they make last night?
What mistakes did they make last night?
He says we made coaching mistakes. I'm going to tell you again. This is another Monday morning when I'm walking in here going, I have zero issue with Nick Sirianni and his coaching.
No, I mean, look, if
I have zero
you
issue
really
with
wanted
what
me
they
to go
did.
deep, I did not necessarily like the toward the end of the first half.
The play
clock.
calling in the
the 2nd and 7 like quarterback draw.
draws. Yeah.
When you still had 2 timeouts left, and I actually responded to your tweet
did.
last night. Like, if they got a big gain, they were going to use a timeout. If they got tackled backwards, the Rams would have used the timeout. Take a shot downfield, because if it's incomplete, the clock would have stopped anyway. But again, I'm now nitpicking.
No, but it's all right. I mean, as far as though I'm coming in here another Monday where I pretty much go, I'm never expecting that there's going to be the game that every single thing my coach does, I'm going to go, great decisions.
Yeah.
Love it. Agree with it totally. Nick Sirianni has gotten into a very nice groove with his coaching staff that he gives us very little to question.
Fine, I'll go upstairs. It should not have taken that long for the challenge flag.
That did, and by the way,
That ball was out.
By the way, Nick Sirianni agrees with you.
I know he was
losing
very
his
upset
mind.
with his coaching
He was
staff.
losing his mind.
He was.
And that is all on quality control upstairs, getting down to the sideline saying, Coach, throw the flag.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it took so long, because we were screaming at our house.
Yeah, absolutely.
Throw the damn flag.
Now, not only did Nick Sirianni try to, block out the noise, here's Jalen Hurts saying he's not satisfied yet.
In terms of my mentality, it's no different than trying to get better. I'm not satisfied. We're not satisfied. I wasn't satisfied in the past. I'm not satisfied now. And I think we have last year to learn from players and coaches and how we approach certain situations. It's a day-by-day grind. I'm not going to get too high, get too low. We're going to appreciate the moment. We're going to look at what we did and what we were able to accomplish, and then we're going to look at how we can be better at it. And I think if, I've said it before, being able to learn from our mistakes, we can't be foolish and not do that.
I love that. I love that answer.
Yeah.
That is a young man who was schooled by Nick Saban. That's a Saban answer.
Yeah.
Like the rat poison from Nick Sirianni.
It's also an answer
absolute.
because he went through what happened last year.
And I love that they're not running from that.
Correct.
They're acknowledging we pooped ourselves last year, and we're not going to do it again.
And it was right around this time last year, Johnny.
Yeah, they were 10-1.
Yeah. They were 10-1 when it all fell apart.
This was the day after the Buffalo game, even though last year that was the Sunday after Thanksgiving. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
And boy, do you feel you feel better today from that 10-1 team of last year. You absolutely have to feel better about the 9-2 Eagles than you did the 10-1.
We just talked about earlier. They look like a 9-2 football team.
They do.
Whereas last year, they didn't look like a 10-1 football team, and we found every excuse in the book. Well, good teams find ways to win games, which is true. That is true. Look at the Chiefs. The Chiefs keep on finding ways to win games this year, and they have not looked like a great football team. Now, they're the Chiefs. They're Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and all that pedigree and Super Bowl experience and a young defense, so I'm not going to count them out until they're actually out.
No.
But the Eagles look like a 9-2 football team, whereas last year that wasn't necessarily the case. Let's get to a couple calls and texts, and then we got a montage from last night. Let's go to Josh on the cell. What's up, Josh?
What up, guys? How you doing today?
Good to hear from you, Josh.
So I wanted to talk about Johnny Wilson. I know that's probably a weird topic of discussion, but I think if they get this dude unlocked, I think this could be a real stud in our offense.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be a focal point, but they're going to utilize him in the red zone. They tried it again yesterday. It was just a great play by the corner that was D'ing him up inside the red zone. But remember, he had the touchdown, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago. He's not going to be a wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2, but you could use him probably in certain spots of the game, and you're going to have him under contract because he's a rookie.
Yeah, and I just love his game. I think he's tall. He gets good position. I think once they unlock him in the red zone, that's really the final aspect I think our offense needs to get to that final level of just greatness right now. The red zone can use a little work, but I think Johnny Wilson's going to be the key to that. I really do.
I don't
man, Josh. We
understand
appreciate
thank you,
it.
buddy. I don't understand how Dallas Goedert is not more of a weapon in the red zone.
4 catches, 19 yards for Goddard yesterday.
Yeah, and that was extremely quiet.
Yeah, especially because the Rams are bad against tight ends. Our man Andrew DiCecco yesterday predicted a 70-plus receiving yard day for Goddard yesterday because of what the Rams have allowed to tight ends. The red zone, how about that? If you were to say, what are you questioning with the coaching staff? The red zone offense was odd yesterday. Just the play calls, too. Like, it was just odd.
Okay. Again, I can take odd. I think that they are absolutely completely resistant on Jalen Hurts throwing in the red zone.
Except for A.J. Brown's touchdown.
And it just is, but it's so few and far between when they will even put the ball at risk.
But then again, when it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like,
Yeah, I got you. No,
you
I
have
got you.
Saquon, and look, Kenny G with the nice touchdown run yesterday in the red zone.
That was awesome.
That was a great run.
That was awesome.
All right, what do we have on the text line before we get to this montage, Connor?
Lou from Langhorne checks in and says, the marriage between Saquon, this O-line, and the offensive skill players has been so much better than expected. We knew it'd be good, but this is next level. I have zero concerns with any opponents moving forward. The defense is also exactly who they look like they are.
No
Wow.
one could have said that Saquon would have this kind of production. We were all excited.
Very excited.
We all questioned it because, you're paying a running back a decent amount of money, and then the terms came out and you found out that it really wasn't that bad, but still, it was something that the Eagles have told you in the past they don't believe in doing. But we all thought he'd be good.
Yeah,
but I'm on Eric Dickerson watch, John.
That to me is
Like what?
I'd like you to whistle past the graveyard on that one.
All right.
I like that is driving me crazy though because it's incredible. And you know me with numbers.
I know.
I can't help but look at it. I was updating last night as soon as in the first half Saquon moved into a top 10 all-time rushing season. And then I had to update the tweet twice. And say,
I saw.
well, now he's 8th. Now he's 6th. And he is going to be 3rd with 21 yards. He's going to be 3rd all time when he gets his next 21 yards. It's ridiculous what he's doing. And by the way, just because of I don't want to do the math. I want to hear whatever Saquon does, do it before the 18th game, the 17th game. Because people will.
Yeah, they'll take away.
Well, Shady did it in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so take care of business, Saquon. Blow these people out of the water early so we don't have to hear any of that.
That's probably going to happen relatively soon, maybe this Sunday. All right, speaking of Saquon Barkley and his incredible game, the whole game was incredible for the Eagles. Here's how it sounded, courtesy of our friends at NBC.
Second and goal. Barkley is out. Gainwell the back. Johnny Wilson, the man in motion. Hurts looking left. Oh, an end zone. Touchdown, E.J. Ran 4. Graham hits Stafford. Brandon Graham, 36 years old, in game 206, more than any Eagle ever. Comes up with a sack. Pressure, Nakobe deep up the middle. Gets to Stafford. Kyron Williams couldn't keep him out. It's his 3rd sack. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. We'll see if the Eagles bring a late rusher. Stafford has to step up. So much for any of that as Josh Sweat sacks Matthew Stafford. And Philadelphia's defense, 3 and outs to end the first half, plus that sack. They set a tone in the end of that second quarter. It's the Eagles beginning at their own 30 with Saquon Barkley as the running back. You said it, Chris. Big opening. Barkley let loose. Saquon will take it the distance. Touchdown. Terrific blocking up front, and Barkley goes 70 to extend the lead. Slade walked off under his own power. Brandon Graham in the backfield comes up with a big play again. That is twice that Graham wants a sack, and that tackle for loss has come up huge here tonight. And the Eagles back in the red zone. Gainwell inside. It is Gainwell to the end zone. Philadelphia touchdown. First of the season for Kenneth Gainwell, and back-to-back 70-yard touchdown drives to start the second half. At the 41-yard line for 3rd and 19. He's bringing 4. Stafford in trouble. Ball out. As once again Milton Williams was there. The center, Limmer, falls on it. But Milton Williams, that's the 3rd time he's found himself in the backfield making a play. A 6 yards shy of a career high for rushing yards. And he's got it. And he's got more. And he's going to go all the way. What a night. What a season. What a player. 255 rushing yards and his second 70-plus yard touchdown run.
There's a humility, which I appreciate, Saquon. At the same time, like, certain numbers are hard to ignore. Like 255, man, when I say that to you, that's what goes through your mind. I mean, these are bright lights, man. 255, what do you got?
Definitely puts a smile on your face. They told me on the sideline that I broke Eagles franchise record. So these are things that I train for. I'm big on visualizing stuff, visualize success. When stuff like this happens to me, I kind of ready to put it out there and let it come to light. But I'm just in a spot right now where I'm happy, thankful for the organization to bring me in here and just being consistent, seeing how consistent I can be. And, it's all great now and getting MVP chance and rushing 255 yards. But the beauty of the NFL is you got to get ready for next week, and we got to get ready for the Ravens.
It's unbelievable what he did last night. I mean, and seriously,
Very well done.
It looked like he was jogging at times. Like when he got into space, he slowed down and was still outrunning guys chasing him.
I don't know if it was so impressive what he did, but the Rams' defensive meetings today are going to be ugly because they bullied them. They bullied that Rams.
And what
defense.
did Brian Robinson say last week after the Commanders game?
That the Eagles, that if they couldn't match their physicality, they're not ready for that challenge yet.
Eagles are bullies on that.
They're showing it. They're bullies.
The Eagles' old adage of building through the trenches works again.
It keeps paying off.
All right, so after a game like that, and the hype settles down a little bit, I'm sure everyone has the same thought. It's something that you've brought up a few times, Johnny. Damn, Saquon ran the ball a lot. Nick Sirianni was asked about it. You'll hear his answer next on the usage of Saquon Barkley. And, of course, we'll get back to the hype, all your text messages. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a damn great Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Saquon or Superman? I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Penny.com. It's open enrollment. Don't get health insurance from your job. We'll get the lowest costs on high-quality health coverage now through Penny, PA's health insurance marketplace. Enroll by December 15th at Penny.com. The Eagles, well, they won their 7th straight football game last night, dominating the Rams 37-20, the margin of victory on Sunday Night Football. And Saquon Barkley looked more like Superman than just number 26 last night. 255 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, and a total of 302 yards from scrimmage, which is one of the highest marks in the history of the National Football League. Nick Sirianni talked about his star running back after the game.
Saquon's a special player, and we were able to hit a couple home runs. Saquon has that ability to hit home runs, and so sometimes that's how it goes. You get some short gains, boom, home run, and Saquon's that type of player, and our offense line did a good job.
With Washington losing, the Eagles now have a large buffer in the NFC East, and they're right behind those Detroit Lions for that top seed in the NFC. Unfortunately, the one blemish on the night is the injury news surrounding Brandon Graham. He told reporters after he tore his triceps in the game and is done for the year. The Sixers fell to the Clippers 125-99 last night, falling to 3-13. The Flyers take on the Golden Knights at the Wells Fargo Center tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Andrew DiCecco joins us coming up at 8:10. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
8:02 on a Victory Monday. Don't forget, we have Andrew DiCecco joining us at 8:10. He is in L.A. and he went out for the game.
He was tweeting at 2:55 in the morning or 2:50 in the morning L.A. time.
So he was – oh, really?
So he was –
Why?
I don't know if he's because he's a goober when it comes to this stuff. That's why we love him so much.
He did say to us during the pregame show yesterday when I said, hey, can't wait to talk to you super early tomorrow. He said, I don't think I'm going to sleep. And
well, he didn't.
Part of me thought he was joking, but part of me also goes, all right, this guy's insane. He might be telling the truth.
I don't think he went to sleep. I don't think he went to sleep because he was tweeting and he was getting information out there. So if you don't follow Andrew, you should start. And please listen.
Oh, my God. Wait, I'm going through his Twitter account. So here's the Andrew DiCecco Twitter account.
Okay.
All the Brandon Graham stuff was was 1:50 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
Right? Then he did the That's It from SoFi with the photo of the empty stadium.
Sure.
That was at 3 a.m. our time. So 12 o'clock, midnight, when he's out there in L.A. Then he tweeted out the snap counts at 5 a.m. here. So I'm just going to guess. I don't know what the traffic is like in L.A. I've heard it's bad.
No, it's bad. And it's an early rush hour. It's a brutal place to live.
I don't know how easy it was leaving the stadium, getting to his hotel. He may have just not gone to bed.
He may not have. I don't think there was traffic late night.
I don't know.
Getting out of SoFi, maybe, but
I don't know. We'll talk to Andrew DiCecco coming up at 8:10. We have our Monday morning radio host segment, which is when we break down the Nick Sirianni press conference. That comes your way at 8 o'clock. Now, we've had a lot of fun. We have just been glowing this morning. Saquon Barkley show last night. A.J. Brown spectacular. And, of course, the defense being so good leads us to asking, are you ready to say that the Eagles are in a tier of the Bills, Chiefs, and Lions, which are the four best teams in the NFL, which are the four best teams in terms of chances, in our opinion, to get to the Super Bowl? If you're not saying that yet, would love to hear from you. I don't know what your reasoning will be.
I wonder what someone's reasoning would be.
It would be fear, or I don't want to get my hopes up.
I'm tired. I'm going to be disappointed.
No.
I'm a Philly fan, and, we can't have nice things.
This team is freaking dominant, and it has been since they've changed this offense. And that's our other topic today, by the way. So let's expand on that for a second. Can they win this way, which is run first, game manager, quarterback? We have been, I think, brainwashed that you have to be thrown for 400 yards. Your offense has to score 40 points in order to win a Super Bowl.
No, we've been brainwashed.
I don't think that needs to be the case, because here's what you'd get with a running game. You also get the time possession battle, unless Saquon's breaking off 70-yard runs every single time, which he kind of did yesterday. But if you're controlling the clock, controlling the football, and you're winning the time possession battle and not giving the Patrick Mahomes of the world and Josh Allen's of the world extra chances to score touchdowns when they're on the field, how is that a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing.
Especially if it's your strength. Like, I'm not trying to take away from Jalen Hurts, but the strength of this offense is not the passing attack. The strength of this offense is the ground game and everything that the ground game sets up. So why would you go away from a strength just to try to say, well, they need to play this way? No. If this works, then keep doing it. So am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. And I don't believe it means, because I believe Detroit's is a run first.
Yes.
And
absolutely
it
is.
And
they're very similar, these two teams.
So, I don't believe that it's wow. Because if they can't do it, if Detroit can do it, we can do it. And by the way, though, I've heard people say, well, you got to get that game at home. You got to get Detroit outside. If there was ever a dome team that's built to win outside, it's the Detroit Lions.
Right.
For God's sake.
David Montgomery's, I think he's fine in the cold.
I mean, really?
I think he'll be just fine. I think that entire team would be just fine.
Yeah, the weird thing, though, can they win this way? That question there. You still know in the back of your mind the way that playoff football and NFC Championship game and Super Bowl football plays, there might have to be like a Jalen Hurts throws for 300 yards type of game. Like, there might just have to be one of those shootouts. And if you're looking at this team and say, they're awesome on the ground. They're great, and they can win a lot of games that way. But I still might need to see like that heat check Jalen Hurts game in the postseason for them to win it all.
I hear you, but here's the thing, Connor. It's not like, I say this respectfully to DeAndre Swift. It's not like you're going, all right, we need to take DeAndre Swift out of the equation. So let's put 6 guys up in the box.
Nobody ever did that or I don't believe even said it.
To try to stop Barkley, you legitimately need to probably put 7 to 8 guys up on the line of scrimmage, and then it's one-on-one. So then you can get it, but I don't think it has to be Jalen Hurts has to throw through these tight windows. I think it's going to be one-on-one matchups.
No, I got you. I'm just thinking like that Tampa Bay mold still scares me. If like you give up 2 quick scores early, and the defense is amazing, but I'm just like, you may be in a situation where we know the offense takes a little bit to get going. Saquon's great in the second half, but if you're down, it's hard to commit to that.
I'm glad you said that because I wrote something down my note. I like to do the notes during the game, and like it's stuff to say on the show, and sometimes I forget them, but I'm glad you said it.
What is it?
I'm thrilled they didn't panic yesterday.
They could have.
I thought they were going to panic. When it was 7-3 Rams, I thought they were going to start having Jalen Hurts drop back to pass a little bit more, and they stuck with it. Run.
Well,
and man, did it benefit them.
Our man Statman Ark shares this number that he got from postgame last night. Saquon has 920 second-half rushing yards. That would put him 4th in the NFL in rushing.
Oh, my God. Just those second-half rushing yards.
I said it to you earlier, and we can get into this. It's not for today. Saquon Barkley should be MVP right now. I mean, Josh Allen's having a year like Jalen Hurts is having.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Saquon Barkley's on its own, an entirely different level.
I got you.
It's unbelievable.
I just don't think that's the way the league operates, and it's a shame. It's a shame. I still think McCaffrey should have maybe won MVP last year. They gave it to Lamar, deservedly so, and McCaffrey gets Offensive Player of the Year. I wonder if that's the way that it's going to be this year. We'll see how the season continues. Now, speaking of Saquon Barkley and all his touches, here's Nick Sirianni talking about that postgame.
You control things on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This sport is like any other. This NFL is unlike any other professional sport. We got to do whatever we got to do to win each and every game. That's always going to be that way. So if it takes Saquon carrying the ball a bunch of times, then he's going to have to carry it a bunch of times. We've gotten a chance the last couple weeks, past month or so, through November to get him out in the fourth quarter. So you try to handle things that way. We're always conscious of it. I think Saquon does a really good job of being able to take himself out at times, and when he's feeling it, he runs so fast and so hard that I think he has a good feel for when he needs to come out, and he comes out. Kenny Gainwell's been going in. Kenny's done a really nice job. Got so much confidence in Kenny when he goes in, and so it's managed a little bit through that. Again, we'll make sure we're very careful with him Monday through Saturday, and we'll do whatever we need to do to win the games.
Look, I think they're going to be very careful with him, but I get what Nick's saying. Like, look, if we think we need to run the football in order to win, we're going to run the football.
I will be very anxious to hear, like, to me, Devontae Smith's status is going to be huge as far as how this team's approach goes. If you're playing the Ravens and you have Devontae Smith back next week, that's a 30-point game. So you're asking your defense to keep the Ravens in the 20s. I believe it's a 30-point game. They're not very good. Despite Kyle Hamilton, they're not very good defensively.
Yeah, secondary's been
just
not
ravaged.
great for them.
Just ravaged. So it might be a pass-happy game. Could be. But you know Saquon's going to get his.
Now, you know what's amazing? So he mentions, Nick Sirianni says that Saquon's good at pulling himself out of the game to get a breather. I had people on my timeline complaining about that yesterday.
What?
I had people tweeting at me like, oh, and then he pulls himself out of the game. That's okay. Saquon can do whatever he wants right now. If he thinks he needs a breather, go for it. Because then he's going to come out and just be a complete menace on the field the next snap. He can do whatever he wants. If he thinks he's a little tired, go for it. Saquon can back it up. All right, coming up next, we'll get to some of your text messages. Johnny Stats will give us some more incredible numbers.
Including a number that's going to blow you away.
Ooh, I like that.
A blow you away Eagles number.
I'm also going to tell you something that makes them even more dangerous than I think we give them credit for. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Beachcomb to Konechny. They score! What an unselfish play!
8:36 on Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. So Johnny's going to give us a stat that's going to blow our mind in a couple of minutes. We'll get to your text as well. But real quick, something that I think makes this team even more dangerous that we haven't necessarily talked about. There are players that are getting better.
Okay, give me some of them off the top of your head that you think are ascending.
Well, obviously the young players week in and week out are getting better with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, but Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has played a million times better than the way he was playing the first, I would say, maybe 6 weeks of the season.
Quinyon got not picked on in any way, shape, or form last night, but he was strong in coverage, but was still getting their yards.
Yeah, every once in a while. But I mean, the fact that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is getting better, that shores up another spot in that very strong Eagles secondary. And then how about some of the guys on the line? Like Ojomo had a nice game yesterday. Milton Williams had the game of his life yesterday.
Did you check on Bill?
I have not yet this morning.
Colarulo will be in today at 10, of course, on the Mike Missanelli show.
He's not here yet.
But I tell you this, is that a tip of the cap to Bill Colarulo, because I have felt that he has been a ghost, Milton Williams, for the majority of his Eagles career.
Yeah.
A ghost.
But this year's been
not
good.
This year.
Last night he was
Bill
amazing.
saw this coming.
Yeah.
And a big
year.
tip of the hat today. Yeah, that always concerns me a little bit.
Look, but I just need it this year. Win me a Super Bowl, baby.
I got you.
And then go get paid. And like Grant Calcaterra has been better this year. Like there's a lot of guys that are just getting better as this season's going on. Now tell us this stat.
It's going to blow our mind. This is going to blow your mind. Okay? The Eagles have outgained their opponents by 100+ yards for 7 straight games.
Okay.
Now, does that seem wild to you?
That does, yes.
Like, does that seem like crazy wild?
I mean, if you're winning 7 straight, that seems really good, but
100+ yards of outgaining your opponents since the Houston Texans came into the NFL in 2002.
Yep.
It is the longest streak ever.
Oh my God.
wow.
The Eagles, 100+ yards outgaining their opponents in 7 straight games, is the longest in the history of the 32-team NFL.
That's amazing.
That is the stat that blew me away today.
Oh
I'm like,
God.
okay, because I heard that stat, and honestly, I sort of like went, Like I was like, it's not that big.
And again,
deal.
Joe Burrow, Jamar chasing the Bengals. You did that against the Commanders, which, they were, they've now lost a couple of games. But
correct.
At the time, the Commanders were a formidable
Commanders were
opponent.
killing it offensively.
And then, of course, yesterday against the Rams, who have Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and Kyron Williams. That's it.
That's an
most
amazing
all time.
The most in the modern era of the NFL, which is the 32-team NFL. 2002. They now hold the record of 7 straight games. That's wild to me. That is and to me, that's a defensive stat.
Oh, yes, it is, of course.
Because the Eagles,
both, but yes.
By the way, in those 7 games, the Eagles have held their opponents under 300 total yards. So to me, you don't get that without your defense just being ridiculous. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
But you also don't get it without both. I think it's more impressive on the defense because of the talent level.
It is both.
But like to have as many yards as the Eagles have been having.
It's unbelievable.
Like no Devontae Smith. They've missed guys throughout this time. They missed Goddard. That's an unbelievable run that this team is on right now.
It's insane.
Now Joe is saying to me here on Twitter going, do you still hold to your thing that you're not going to say a word if they lose next week? Because I said all I wanted was the split of the 2 road games.
Yeah.
Well, if they lose 31-3,
A little bit different.
it'll be different. But if they split, it is what I expected.
Yeah.
So it is.
It is what
isn't.
you expected when we did W's and L's before the season
Well,
started.
I let you do that, you goobers. I let you goobers do that.
All right, what do we have on the text line? I imagine the people are fired up this morning, Connor.
Yeah, you could say that again. The people are really feeling good about their birds right now. And we actually, speaking of the Ravens, we have Techception here. So a check-in, this person sends something that a Ravens fan sent to them. They say this came from a Ravens fan in my group chat last night.
Okay.
And it's a Ravens fan noticing that the Eagles are one of the more unified teams you see around football this year. Not many teams do you see the celebration the way they do, the comfort on the sidelines. That's something that you look at and say, this team is not only rolling, but they have a great chemistry building in that locker room.
I pointed that out Friday morning after the Commanders game. It was just I saw, another interception. I think it was the Blankenship interception, and the team just got together, and I'm like, there's something going on here that I saw in 2017. I saw it a little bit in 2022, but 2017, remember, like Malcolm Jenkins was like the leader of that. And maybe that was an emphasis this offseason. Maybe there was an emphasis, and I don't know if this is credit to Nick Sirianni. I don't know if this is credit to Jalen Hurts. How many times did we talk about how miserable they looked last year, even in games they were winning? Maybe it was an emphasis of, hey, guys, why don't you have some more fun this year?
Not bad.
Could be. Like, lighten up.
Is that I look at this Eagles team, and again, I saw Real Mama Eagle earlier on Twitter saying she needs that Jalen smiling, to be
the gift,
a shot that she's got. And to me, seeing Jalen so
happy,
at ease and happy and relaxed, and again, it wasn't last year. And I do believe that's a great signal that him and Nick have worked out whatever was going on.
Yeah, good job, Jeffrey Lurie.
And I believe
them
that's
as
it.
individuals, but good job to Jeffrey Lurie.
But it was, to me, that's a clear sign Jalen's feeling much better about his situation.
Yeah. What else we got, Connor?
I think Jamal in West Philly is feeling the way a lot of people are feeling in the city this morning. He says, I'm hungover this morning, and I'm working from home because of the late-night game, but I don't care one bit. The Eagles are 9-2, and they are as good as the Lions.
It's easier to wake up after a game like last night.
Now, he's doing the work-at-home scam today, too.
Must be nice.
I mean, he's doing it today.
As long as it works, man. If you get the same results.
Do you even put your pants on for the Zoom meeting?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. You're lucky I'm wearing pants today.
You're all dressed up. You got dressed up today.
Just for you guys.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Just for you guys. All right, so coming up next, we do our Monday Morning Radio Host, which is our segment where we break down some of the clips from Nick Sirianni's post-game press conference. It's been a lot more easy to do these because we're not as angry with Nick Sirianni. Also, Andrew DiCecco joins us at 8:10, 5:10 Pacific Standard Time. He's at his gate right now.
He's already at the gate listening to, and I know LAX.
The tweet he put out about 15 minutes ago. Excessive tiredness while sitting at your gate mixed with a constant stream of Christmas music blaring is certainly not ideal. Well, he joins us coming up in about 15 minutes on a Victory Monday. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A monster win for the Birds. I'm Connor.
Salciunas fanatic. Our man Andrew DiCecco will be joining us coming up at 8:10. He was in L.A. last night for the Saquon show, the secondary show, whatever show you want to call it. How about the A.J. Brown show? 109 yards quietly.
Oh, no. That was like anonymous.
I mean, it was amazing what the Eagles were able to do yesterday. And, of course, one of the biggest storylines from the game that isn't a happy, holly jolly story, Brandon Graham is unfortunately done for the season. So coming up later on this hour, I saw an article from Bleeding Green Nation. Our man Brandon Lee Gown does a tremendous job.
He does. He's a very huge man. We sit near each other.
Very tall.
We sit near each other in the press box. He looks like freaking Big Bird, man.
He put out a tweet.
He's a moose.
Oh, I'm sorry, a story about 8 players the Eagles could target because obviously the trade deadline's done. But if you remember, was it week 9 in 2022 when they got Sue and Linval Joseph?
It was
after
October.
It was the loss to the Commanders.
It was?
Yeah, it was later on.
They
in the
lost
season.
to the Commanders and then Howie right away.
Remember, they did it because of the Jordan Davis injury.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess it's around this time. I feel like this is later.
It is later.
To me, this feels much later.
So Brandon put together a list of 8 names that they could go after. So we'll give those to you later on in the show. But we do this every single Monday or every single day after an Eagles game. It's time now for our Monday morning radio host.
Now, the Monday morning radio host on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, this is when we play clips from Nick Sirianni's post-game press conference, and we react to it.
And there's no mocking of him.
There's no mocking of him,
It's amazing that the people who would say that to us, when he doesn't give you reason to mock him, he doesn't get mocked.
Yeah, those Philly Johns.
Yes, I mean, come on now.
Pat McAfee. All right, here he is talking about Saquon Barkley hitting home run plays.
Saquon's a special player. Offensive line played special against that's a good defensive line. It's a very good defensive line. And we came into this game knowing that we had our hands full with them. So hats off to our players. It's a good scheme. I think Chris did a good job of mixing things up, making it hard for us to know to get a beat on things. And we were able to hit a couple home runs. Saquon has that ability to hit home runs. And so sometimes that's how it goes. You get some short gains, boom, home run. And Saquon's that type of player. And our offense line did a good job.
But here's the thing, Nick. It wasn't short gains. It was like 7-8 yard runs.
Oh, my gosh. It was like every touch, he was getting 6, 7, 8.
Like if you take away, it's almost like the Gretzky stat. You take away all the goals, he's still the all-time point leader in the NHL. If you take away the home run plays that Saquon had yesterday, I bet you he's still averaging probably 7 or 8 yards a carry.
Well, in fairness, 7 yards for Saquon Barkley is a short gain, so I don't think Nick's wrong.
That's true. It's a good point. And then, of course, you then follow up with the concern level of all the touches Saquon Barkley got yesterday and has been getting this season. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about it.
You control things on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This sport is like any other. This professional NFL is unlike any other professional sport. We got to do whatever we got to do to win each and every game. That's always going to be that way. So if it takes Saquon carrying the ball a bunch of times, then he's going to have to carry it a bunch of times. We've gotten a chance the last couple of weeks, past month or so, through November to get him out in the fourth quarter. So you try to handle things that way. We're always conscious of it. I think Saquon does a really good job of being able to take himself out at times, and when he's feeling it, he runs so fast and so hard that I think he has a good feel for when he needs to come out, and he comes out. Kenny Gainwell's been going in. Kenny's done a really nice job. Got so much confidence in Kenny when he goes in, and so it's managed a little bit through that. Again, we'll make sure we're very careful with him Monday through Saturday, and we'll do whatever we need to do to win the games.
I was thinking of your buddy last night, Johnny.
Who's that?
Sean Marash.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah, Sean, remember he was doing the whole Saquon's not that good. We found Tyrone Tracy in the 5th round for cheaper. And
how'd Tracy do yesterday?
40 yards rushing, something like that?
That's good, yeah. He's the new Saquon, right?
Yeah, the new Saquon.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Saquon Barkley was doing what you saw yesterday with Tommy DeVito as the quarterback. He's really, really good. I bet you Giants fans miss him.
I hope Daniel Jones just sat back yesterday and laughed. But I know he didn't because he's a class act. And I'm sure he still feels an attachment to that team. But I hope he sat back and laughed.
Oh, he can laugh. He's not there anymore. He got released, brother.
No, but I don't think
he can laugh whatever he wants.
Yeah, but I think he loves his teammates too much, and they loved him too.
Yeah, Well, we heard his teammates speak out.
They're a clown organization.
They are.
They've turned into one.
Leak Neighbor's not necessarily happy yesterday, huh? By the way, our man NBA Slime hosts us from FanDuel. Saquon Barkley minus 320 now for Offensive Player of the Year. Minus 320.
Okay. What about MVP? That's what I want to know.
I'll look that up
well,
right
last
now.
week it was not good. Last week the odds were great if you had placed a bet last week. And I think they went down like 70%. You missed your window.
Of a nice payout. I'll try to look that up for you. In the meantime, here's Nick Sirianni, because we've given a lot of love for Saquon Barkley so far this segment. How about some love on the defense, including the defensive line?
I think it started with us up front, being able to get some pressure on the quarterback. That's always where it's going to start, up front, where everyone's going to look at today and see Saquon's 255 yards. But that offensive line is where it started, right? And it's the same thing on the defense. It starts on that defensive line. And we got a good effort from everybody that it contributed. Credit to Howie and his staff that we have good depth that we're able to rotate through and keep them fresh. You know, Vic's doing a good job of calling the different games and different stunts that we're doing and blitzes. And then our D-line coaches, Jeremiah Washburn and Clint Hurt, have done a really nice job coaching these guys. But all the credit goes to those guys that are out there making plays. And you make it hard on the quarterback in the pass game when you're able to generate the pressure that we got today.
Yeah, I mean, they got to Stafford a lot. You talked about it earlier today. You just saw the face of misery.
And honestly, I got to know him at 18.
Yeah,
I've seen the face. And he's a kid that a lot went well for him. I mean, coming out of Sugar Land and coming out of Texas football and Friday Night Lights.
Right.
He's used to being the biggest man on campus and everything like that. And he's a great guy. But I'll tell you, last night he had I just want to turn to people and say, what the, to his teammates.
Well, it's good. A couple of his, fellow alma mater guys were the ones that were doing it. Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it looks like the Georgia. It might be, too, like you see Brock Bowers and you see Ladd McConkey tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe draft Georgia players.
Yeah, it might be working out.
Might be where you want to go.
By the way, Saquon plus 650 on FanDuel to win MVP. That's third best. So you could still get plus 650. Josh Allen, number 1 at plus 135. Lamar at number 2 at plus 300.
Last week it was plus 1450.
I'll still take 650.
I understand, but it was plus 1450.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the hell I didn't put down $10 on it.
Now, we really haven't talked about him all that much. We've said that he managed the game perfectly yesterday and had a spectacular game in his limited opportunities of having to throw. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about the quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
He was efficient, made plays with his legs, he made plays with his arm, took care of the football. And so I thought he was super efficient. Our run game was really cooking, but when we needed to pass it, he had some big-time completions to A.J., particularly on third down, and big one at the end of the third quarter. Jalen is a winner. I can't stress that enough. I know I say that every time up here, but look how many games we've won in these past 4 years. We've won a crap ton of games. Jalen's touching the ball every single play on offense to help us do that. And we'll watch the tape on the way home. We got a long flight, but I thought, super efficient, protected the football. We're still able to get explosive plays because he was pushing the ball down the field when he needed, when there was pressure. He's hard to get down when there's pressure. A couple of our quarterback sneaks went for, one of them went for a big gain. He just shows you how strong and physical he is. But can't say enough good things about how he's leading our team, how he's leading our offense. I won't give you a plus minus okay yet, but I think he probably played a plus, and I'll watch the tape, but I thought he did a lot of good things.
I thought he played a plus. I thought he played a plus. And his connection with A.J. Brown is unbelievable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how the game's going. It doesn't matter if Devontae Smith is there. Oh, they're going to show some extra attention to A.J. Brown. Sure, go for it. They're going to find a way to connect. And again, a quiet 109 yards receiving for A.J. Brown.
One, yes.
Now, one thing with Jalen Hurts. Protect yourself, brother.
Sure.
He took too many hits.
It wasn't necessary.
He took too many unnecessary hits. There was the one on the 3rd and 12.
Was that the one when he went right up the middle?
No, he went to his left. It was an illegal formation penalty on Dallas Goedert. And he dropped his shoulder and was still 6 yards shy of the first down marker. It's not like he needed one more yard to get a first down. He lowers his shoulder. And remember, he hopped out of bounds.
Right, he went sort of sideways out of bounds.
And I'm like, dude, I need you to protect yourself. I saw in 2022, the year you went to the Super Bowl, you missed 2 games. Please protect yourself when necessary. All right, last one. Nick Sirianni, we played this clip a couple of times for you before we get to Andrew DiCecco. Here he is on dealing with the hype.
Everyone's going to be telling us how good we are. Everyone's going to be telling us you're one of the better teams. We don't listen to that. All we got to do is put our heads down and work. Just like when people tell you aren't good enough, then you got to block it out and put your head down and work. It's the same situation here, because I think what's going to happen, obviously, this is what I told our team after, is, everyone's going to be calling you. The media is going to be telling you how good you are. The fans going to be telling you how good you are. That all doesn't matter. All that matters is that we go back to work, get ready for a really good opponent. All that is rat poison. So please don't tell them how good they are. They played really good today, but we got a lot of work to do. We made some mistakes, coaching mistakes, playing mistakes that we got to correct. We're into trying to do something special, and to do that, it's going to take the work day in, day out.
I love that. The rat poison thing.
Yeah,
whatever. All right, real quick before we get to our manager, DiCecco, Philly fan 20 just tweeted at me screenshots of Saquon Barkley tickets he has. They're offering cash outs.
Okay. What's his cash out?
One $25 bet would win him $500, cash out of $302. I think that's an easy one. $300 bet would win him $6,300.
Cash out.
Cash out of $3,700 available.
Cash out.
Cash both of them right now.
And
cash both of them before the end of this show.
Yeah.
Cash them both, because voters are stupid. And, it's so funny, as I said to Andrew earlier, I go, Josh Allen. Josh Allen's having a year like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And nobody's talking about Jalen Hurts for MVP.
Right. They're talking about Josh Allen because of the team was not supposed to be where they're at right now.
Correct.
And they beat the Chiefs the other day, which probably helped them. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from inside the Birds and, of course, all over the place here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And boy, does he does a tremendous job covering the Eagles team inside and out. From what? LAX? Is that what the airport
LAX.
is? From
He's at
LAX. Our man Andrew DiCecco joins us. Good morning, Sunshine.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Have you slept, first of all?
Apology. I didn't sleep at all, but apologies if you hear any background noise. I'm in the airport, and I could hear a page at any moment.
Oh, that's fine. So I bet
you could.
You have not gone to sleep yet because you are such a football guy. So first things first, give us a breakdown, the Andrew DiCecco breakdown of what took place last night at L.A., at SoFi, between the Eagles and Rams.
Yeah, it was a slow start offensively again for the Eagles, but I thought they did a really good job of finding ways to, and I know Jalen Hurts doesn't like the word momentum, but they certainly were able to generate that on that first drive. Isaiah Rodgers forces the fumble, and Nakobe Dean gets it, and they're able to kind of create a spark there, and that sort of, I believe, at least turned the tide a little bit. And then they go into halftime 13-7. Kenny Gainwell scores, and they widen the gap. And I just thought it really encompassed the way the Eagles sort of have played football this season. It hasn't always looked pretty early on, but they just have so many dominant players, and they have more talented players than any team that they play, and ultimately that tends to win out. And they tend to pull away in the second half. I thought the defense did a great job. You're holding that offense to what they were able to do. They bottled up those wide receivers. And, I mean, that was a question. That was something that you and I and John talked a lot about on Friday. And I just think that what more can you say about Saquon Barkley? Saquon Barkley just continues to do something new every week, and he's just he's otherworldly. And I think right now he has to be the NFL MVP.
Do you think that the offense is the tail wagging the dog, or do you think it's the defense in this 7-game streak?
Oh, I think it's the defense. I definitely think it's the defense. What they've been able to do, John, coming together like they have, and what they've been able to do is keep offenses at bay and allow the offense to sort of settle in and keep up. But right now you're getting performances from the back end, from the second level. I thought Nakobe Dean was outstanding yesterday.
Oh.
That blitz pickup, the sack that he had where he completely destroyed Kyron Williams, and I talked to him about that in passing yesterday. I said, dude, you jacked him up. And he was like, yeah, I'm surprised he stayed in the block. But he made a nice play shooting the gap and tackling Kyron Williams for no gain. And then Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis only played 15 snaps, but he was very impactful in the running game as well. And I just think it's been a collective effort defensively. They've done enough to allow the offense to stay in the game and then get it right and get it corrected.
Andrew, you were with us on Friday when I made the statement that a win against the Rams and, of course, a good performance by the young secondary would have me saying that they are on the same tier of the Detroit Lions. Andrew, after last night, they're on the top tier of the NFL. Whoever you want to include, Lions, Chiefs, Bills, the Eagles are on that tier, and I don't think anybody can tell me otherwise.
I agree with you, and now I'm right there with you. That was the final test that I really needed to see before I was able to fully say, yeah, they can go toe to toe with the Detroit Lions. I think of that secondary, Andrew. They've grown up really quick, and they've continued to make plays against some of the more preeminent wide receivers in the NFL. But it all works. It all works hand in hand. They got good rush. They got good pressure up front. The linebacker play was good, and it also helps the back end. But when you have players like Quinyon Mitchell, Slay, who we'll have to wait and see, he has a concussion, but he's been really underrated this season. And the safeties, Reed Blankenship is the elite communicator on the back end. I mean, when you have those kind of players there, you're going to be able to keep pace with anybody. And I think right now the Eagles have to be over the moon with what they've seen defensively, because there really isn't a weakness on that side of the ball. You could look to the offensive side and say maybe the passing game needs some refinement, but right now, I mean, this defense is humming.
How do you expect them to address the loss of Brandon Graham?
Man, that's a tough one. Brandon Graham is the loss of Brandon Graham is just as significant off the field as it is on it. He's a locker room pillar. He's a leader. He's somebody that, if you just listen to Jordan Mailata after the game, he said he was crying in the locker room when then they got the news. He still looked like he was very emotional after that. Defensive linemen were walking past him saying, we love playing with you, BG. We're going to do it for BG. And you hear Nick Sirianni wasn't able to talk about it further because he said he was still holding out hope. That tells you right there the person that he is and the magnitude of the importance that he carries in that building. So to answer your question, John, I don't really know if they have an answer right now, because they're already asking Jalix Hunt, the rookie third-round pick from Houston Christian, to do more than he probably should be doing at this stage of his career. And now he's going to have to be their number 3 edge rusher. And they don't have a lot of options. There's a couple of players on the practice squad that really aren't primed to take on that kind of a role. And they might have to look to the free agent market and try and get a veteran like maybe a Frank Clark or somebody to that effect, because right now they just don't have the numbers. And they were already razor thin in that area.
Andrew, do you have any updates on Devontae Smith? We found out late in the week that he would be missing the game. Is this something where they felt like there was a necessity to not play him? Will he be back for this Ravens game? What have you been hearing about Devontae Smith?
Yeah, I think that he's got a shot to play Sunday, Andrew. And it was something that with a hamstring like that, and he didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday, which is telling that they really wanted him to rest that. But it was pretty revealing that that after 10 days, he had the extended rest coming off the Thursday night game. He still wasn't able to go. I do think that preservation may have been to try and get him ready for the Ravens game. But Devontae is such a tough player, Andrew. I wouldn't be surprised if he really gives it a go this week. I don't get the sense that it's anything overly serious, but with the hamstring injury, that soft tissue nature, you can always re-aggravate that if you kind of rush it back and you're a little premature in your return. So I think they may have just been guarding against, trying to protect Devontae from himself there.
He's taken so many bullets, Nick Sirianni. It's in the 7-game win streak. What is it that you've admired the most that you believe he's corrected? Or do you think he's the same guy that he always was?
He's the same guy, John, and I've relayed this message since the summer, being around the team in the spring, the summer training camp, and his ability to get everybody on the same page, to literally focus on one game at a time. They weren't looking at the Ravens; they were focused about the Rams. They weren't worried about any other team on the schedule except what's right in front of them. It sounds cliche and corny, but they literally focus on getting 1% better every day. And for a team like that has a lot of young players, it's very easy to get distracted, but he doesn't allow that to happen. And he gives players the opportunity to be themselves. He allows the leaders of that football team to command their respective rooms, and he's also receptive to input. And I think all those things are you're seeing the Eagles have a lot more fun. You're seeing the full buy-in, and I think that all stems from Nick Sirianni, his approach.
Andrew, get some rest on the flight home.
Don't snore, though.
Oh, listen, just do whatever you want because you haven't slept in I don't know how long. So.
No, but it'd be embarrassing. The person sitting next to him, he doesn't want to snore.
He's a football guy. Football guys snore, John.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Andrew, we appreciate it as always, man. Have a safe trip home, and we'll talk to you on Friday.
And by the way, guys, I got dinner at this place on Saturday night and went to the bar afterwards, and there are a couple guys there that recognized me, and they said they listen to 97.5 The Fanatic, all the shows, including Birds Insider, all day long. So I thought that was pretty cool.
That
Hell
is
yeah,
absolutely
man.
awesome.
That's good PR work by you, Andrew.
Good work, man.
Yeah,
Take care of
guys.
yourself.
Take care. See
All
you
right,
soon.
there he is, Andrew DiCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline.
Our buddy Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports with another crazy number.
Oh, give it to me.
Saquon Barkley has rushed for more yards this year than 21 of the NFL teams.
Oh, my God.
Of the other 31.
including
That's incredible.
the New York Football Giants.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, well,
That's another incredible
he may have
number.
ran more yesterday than the Giants all season.
Yeah,
for
could
all
be.
I know. All right, so coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL. We'll look at the scores that benefit the Eagles because there were a lot of them that benefited the Eagles yesterday. Johnny Stats has some more numbers for us, and the Brandon Lee Gowton article on Bleeding Green Nation, he's a list of 8 players that the Eagles might, keep an eye on, as they will need to add players now that Brandon Graham is done for the season. Of course, we know that Bryce Huff's missing some time as well. So we'll go through that with you next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Some breathing room in the division. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans exposed to toxins while serving at home or abroad may be eligible for VA care and disability payments. Apply now at choose.va.gov. The Eagles, with their 7th straight victory last night, have created a little bit of breathing room in the NFC East now. It was a 37-20 final in Los Angeles against the Rams, and a game that, wow, believe it or not, might not even been as close as that final score indicates. The Eagles were dominant in many ways, and now at 9-2, well, they have a good buffer over Washington, who fell to the Cowboys and Cooper Rush. They're 7-5. How did the Eagles get to 9-2? Well, number 26 had a lot to do with it. Saquon Barkley, 255 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, 302 yards from scrimmage. You got all that? Well, it all adds up to one of the greatest performances in NFL history. Nick Sirianni talked about his running back after the game.
Saquon's a special player, and we were able to hit a couple home runs. Saquon has that ability to hit home runs, and so sometimes that's how it goes. You get some short gains, boom, home run, and Saquon's that type of player, and our offense line did a good job.
Unfortunately, the Eagles got some bad injury news after the game. Brandon Graham done for the year with a torn triceps. That's a big loss for the pass rush. The Sixers fell to the Clippers 125-99 last night. They fall to 3-13 on the season. The Flyers play the Golden Knights at the Wells Fargo Center tonight at 7 p.m. That game live here on The Fanatic. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
a Victory Monday morning here on Kincade Salciunas. Of course, Victory Mondays. Well, all football Mondays, but damn it, it feels like it's Victory Monday every single week. Presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryan.com. We'll get to your texts and your calls coming up in a little bit. Another incredible stat from Johnny. And we'll also go through this Brandon Lee Gallon article about the 8 edge rushers the Eagles could target now that Brandon Graham is done for the season. But real quick, let's take a look at some of the scores from around the NFL yesterday because it was another good day for the Eagles, depending on how you look at it. So first things first, sometimes you forget, and Bill reminded me yesterday during the pregame show after the Vikings win, it doesn't matter what the Vikings record is. As long as the Lions keep on winning, they're a wild card.
I had a guy say to me this morning, he goes, the Vikings are a problem. I'm like, no, they aren't.
No, they're not.
The Vikings are a 5 seed.
They're the 5 seed.
So they're not a problem.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Titans beat the Texans yesterday 32-27, and I bring that up for a reason because you were annoyed with the C.J. Stroud anointing.
Well, I mean, seriously. That's this whole offseason, people putting C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. And by the way, when Ray Dunn comes in, I'll harass him a little
all aboard the love train with Ray Dunn, man.
It's so premature. And I'm not saying either one of those guys isn't going to be a fine quarterback.
Right.
But the anointing was just so early. For God's sakes, people were calling Jordan Love Rodgers. Right. I'm like, are you nuts?
Now,
seriously,
he did have a nice game yesterday, but he didn't have to.
No, he didn't get to 100 yards passing till there were 8 minutes left in the game.
He didn't necessarily have to.
No, that wasn't it. It wasn't a good performance.
Oh, they won 38-10 over the Niners last night.
Yes.
Improving their record to 8-3, and I celebrate this because the Niners keep on getting L's, man.
Yeah, they're dead, dude.
I'm so happy though. I want them out.
They will always scare me. They will always scare me.
And by the way, they're not dead yet.
Because they're just 2 games back of their one game back of their division.
They're not dead yet.
The Cardinals lost.
The Commanders are the 7-5 team right now. They're 7-5. So the 49ers are sitting right there. They're right there in the mix. They can still catch.
But also their division. The Seahawks and Cardinals are on top in the NFC West with 6-5 records.
Right,
Rams and Niners are 5-6. They're still in it.
I want the 49ers dead and buried.
Yep. That's you know how I feel about that.
I'm not worried about that team remotely.
Look, boy, you're out of your mind. If they're healthy.
But they're not gonna be.
How do you know that?
They have too many issues that are already extending too late into the season. They do not have enough runway for that plane to take off. We have much, I'm not worried about the 49ers.
Let me ask you, who is if the Eagles are the 2 seed, here's the beautiful scenario of it all. If the Eagles are the 2 seed, you're going to get the worst wild card team. And as long as you win that game, you're going to get most likely either the 3 or 4 seed, whichever one of them wins their home game.
Yeah.
Who's the team that's scared? If the 49ers don't give you remote worry, Connor, who does?
Nobody.
Maybe nobody.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not worried about anybody that you're going to face in that situation.
By the way, Niners schedule rest of the way.
Rough.
It's rough. They're dead.
Bills in Buffalo. Home against the Bears, who looked better yesterday with the new offensive coordinator. Home against the Rams. In Miami against the Dolphins, home against the Lions, and then on the road to close out the season in Arizona against the Cardinals. That could be for the division for all we know.
Could be, but they're going to have to win some games to make that happen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Lions beat the Colts yesterday 24-6, kind of a snoozer, but the Lions keep on rolling. Bucks beat the Giants 30-7. I'm glad that they beat them up, not only because I had the Bucks minus 5.5. You probably could have. Honestly, we should have taken the 3 of us, and Brendan and Haley should have pitched in and put money down for Bucks minus 15.
Yeah.
There was no way the Giants were going to make that a football game with freaking Tommy DeVito, and the way that every player spoke out about the benching and then release of Daniel Jones. That Giants locker room is in shambles.
By the way, Sean, you were talking about Sean Marash, who my good buddy who joined us. He was ripping the Dexter Lawrence and them yesterday on
FAN.
On WFAN. He was ripping them because of the fact that they weren't good organizational players, that they were ripping the Daniel Jones.
Yeah, but the organization's a good one, right?
That's what I say. They're cartoon characters right now.
You can't say they're not great organizational players, but then try to sell me that they're a good organization.
They're a bad organization.
Yeah, I said it last year with the Eagles collapse. So saying people have bad attitudes when the team is getting their teeth kicked and coaches have no idea what's going on, it's not the same thing.
Yes, sometimes it's just the organization.
Yeah.
And lastly, save the best for last. the game that was on legitimate crack yesterday, Cowboys-Commanders.
That last 8 minutes of that game was freaking wild. I wondered
41 points in the fourth quarter, John.
how were you guys managing to focus
I was
during
pissing
the
off
pregame?
Connor again.
Were
Because
you?
my
Connor, were you doing that?
He's telling me what's happening.
Oh, don't
Like,
do
I'm
that.
doing
before
the
it
show
goes.
for the
But you
audience.
can't do that,
It's for
though.
the audience.
Wait
No, it's
a second.
not.
Dude, there's a TV 2 feet to your left.
I can't see it because of the freaking NBC cameras.
So what would be
And YouTube.
what would be a larger inconvenience? You tilting your head 5 degrees, or me not being able to watch football because you're going to ruin it for me?
That is a violation.
I don't think it's a violation. I'm doing it for the audience, not for
No,
Connor.
that's
do
a
it a minute
violation.
We
later
do
from
the
the
show
other
for the
TV.
audience. We don't do the show for Connor.
It's a violation.
And oh, by the way, my reaction was perfect when he missed the freaking extra point. I walked off the mic. And then, oh, by the way, the just everything. They still had a chance at the end. Jaden Daniels has another chance for a second Hail Mary
yeah.
victory.
It was crazy.
It was just such a crazy game yesterday
and Jaden
between
Daniels,
the Cowboys
it's funny
and
is
Commanders.
they let him in desperation time. They let him throw it down the field, and for the rest of the game, they hardly do. And that Terry McLaurin, that is a bad beat for people who had bet the under.
But you
I
had
bet
the over. Yeah.
and that I had already marked it as a loss.
Yeah.
Now,
And I'm like, wow.
speaking of early anointments, do we have any going back on your fear of the Commanders, Johnny? With where
No,
they're
I
at
still
now?
think the Commanders are going to be a problem for us. They're the team because Dallas and Giants are in rebuilding.
No, like this year.
Oh, no. They could
Because
still,
you said they were trouble
absolutely
this year.
Could they beat them on December 22nd? Absolutely. Could the Eagles lose the game at Washington December 22nd? They absolutely could.
Will it matter?
I don't know. I don't think it's going to matter because of the 3. As long as you go 2-1 in the next 2 games,
Yeah.
Connor, that game will mean nothing.
Right.
As long as you go 2-1. Ravens Steelers is with a sandwich of the Panthers, who are playing much more competent football. Just go 2-1. If that Eagles team rolls into Washington at 11-3, that game means nothing.
Yeah.
At that point, nothing at all.
All right. Well, there's some of your scores around the NFL. All right, hit me with a stat,
Okay, I got something for you here.
please.
It's going to make you smile. All right. This is the Nick Sirianni. Again, a guy who takes a bunch of crap. He is 23-9 on the road as a head coach. The only coach better in the same period of time is Andy Reid. As he's been a head coach, Nick Sirianni is the best road coach in the NFC at 23-9, which honestly is an absurd number, winning 60-something% of the time on the road.
Yeah.
His 4 winning seasons, which he clinched last night. His 4 winning seasons to start his career, he's the only coach in Eagles franchise history to have that on his resume.
Jeez.
To win his first 4 years. So Nick Sirianni, who takes a bunch of grief, this is where we do a different radio show sometimes. Now, we're not going to do Bill Colarulo, who absolutely will. He'll pick up.
You're going to hear Sirianni love coming
He'll
up. He'll
pick up his dry cleaning, on the way home today. But we're going to tell you, when Nick Sirianni deserves all the praise, he gets the praise. That's amazing. Off to the best start in franchise history. And by the way, he did take over a really bad team that Doug Peterson was turning over the reins to. A 4-11-1 team.
Yeah.
It's not like he took over a loaded team. He's changed the culture here.
No, he absolutely has.
It's culture that he managed to change. And it's weird because Doug's culture went bad. It aged like it soured like milk.
It did.
And it's amazing
because souring in Jacksonville too.
Because he had great culture for a while.
Yeah, he did.
So Nick Sirianni, congratulations.
Yep.
Those are awesome.
Great job. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Coming up next, we played the Eagles montage earlier today. You will hear that again because you want to hear Saquon Barkley run for about 255 yards. We don't have all 255 yards, but we have the majority of them and all his touchdowns and, of course, the Kenneth Gainwell touchdown. So you hear the montage coming up next. And what can the Eagles do to replace now not only Bryce Huff, but also Brandon Graham, who was unfortunately done for the season, which is heartbreaking because of who he is as an Eagle, as a Philadelphian, but of course also what he's been doing for this team this year. He's been very productive, and now Vic Fangio is going to have to find a way to replace his production on the field week in and week out. Brandon Lee Gowan put together a list of 8 names the Eagles could target. You'll hear those next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday. My God, am I feeling good today. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update.
6:48 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'll give you a couple names that the Eagles can target, thanks to our friend Brandon Lee Galton, for the edge rusher position, because obviously Brandon Graham done for the season, unfortunately. He announced that late last night.
That's good work on his part getting this out.
Yes, so we'll do that in a couple minutes. But first, let's relive the beauty of last night with a little montage courtesy of NBC.
Second and goal. Barkley is out. Gainwell the back. Johnny Wilson, the man in motion. Hurts looking left. Oh, an end zone. Touchdown, E.J. Ran for. Graham hits Stafford. Brandon Graham, 36 years old, in game 206, more than any Eagle ever. Comes up with a sack. Pressure, Jacoby deep up the middle. Gets to Stafford. Kyron Williams couldn't keep him out. It's his third sack. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. We'll see if the Eagles bring a late rusher. Stafford has to step up. So much for any of that as Josh Sweat sacks Matthew Stafford. And Philadelphia's defense, 3 and outs to end the first half, plus that sack. They set a tone in the end of that second quarter. It's the Eagles beginning at their own 30 with Saquon Barkley as the running back. And you said it, Chris. Big opening. Barkley let loose. Saquon will take it the distance. Touchdown. Terrific blocking up front. And Barkley goes 70 to extend the lead. Slade walked off under his own power. Brandon Graham in the backfield. Comes up with a big play again. That is twice that Graham wants a sack, and that tackle for loss has come up huge here tonight. And the Eagles back in the red zone. Gainwell inside. It is Gainwell to the end zone. Philadelphia touchdown. First of the season for Kenneth Gainwell, and back-to-back 70-yard touchdown drives to start the second half. At the 41-yard line for 3rd and 19. He's bringing 4. Stafford in trouble. Ball out as once again Milton Williams was there. The center, Limmer, falls on it. But Milton Williams, that's the 3rd time he's found himself in the backfield making a play. And he's 6 yards shy of a career high for rushing yards. And he's got it, and he's got more. And he's going to go all the way. What a night. What a season. What a player. 255 rushing yards and his second 70-plus yard touchdown run.
There's a humility, which I appreciate, Saquon. At the same time, like, certain numbers are hard to ignore. Like 255, man, when I say that to you, that's what goes through your mind. I mean, these are bright lights, man. 255, what do you got?
Definitely puts a smile on your face. You know, they told me on the sideline that I broke Eagles franchise record. So these are things that I train for. I'm big on visualizing stuff, visualize success. When stuff like this happens to me, you know, I kind of ready to put it out there and let it come to light. But I'm just in a spot right now where I'm happy, thankful for the organization to bring me in here and just being consistent, seeing how consistent I can be. And, you know, it's all great now and getting MVP chance and rushing 255 yards. But the beauty of the NFL is you got to get ready for next week, and we got to get ready for the Ravens.
I mean, just an incredible night last night watching the Eagles beat up on the Rams. But, of course, there is some stuff to get to here because Brandon Graham is done for the season, which is heartbreaking because of who he is as a person, but, of course, the way he's been playing. So Brandon Lee Galton of NBC, of Bleeding Green Nation, my apologies, he put together a list of 8 names that the Eagles could target. So I'll go from 8 to 1 because number 1's like the best name out there.
Okay.
Number 80 is Tack McKinley, who was on the practice squad with the Jets.
I know Tack. Tack was drafted by the Falcons. Got to know him a little bit.
26th overall pick.
Do not think he is an impact kind of guy.
No. Again, we're in.
No, I get you,
November
but I don't think he's the kind of guy who can step in and make an impact.
Kemoko Turay, who was last with the 49ers.
I don't know him.
Former second-round pick with the Colts. He had 12 sacks in 38 games. They let him walk in free agency, so he wasn't the worst player in the world. He goes to San Francisco, and he only played 42 snaps. This was back in 2022. He then went to the Falcons in 23, never played, and then he was on injured reserve before he getting waived by the Panthers. So he had some success early on in his career, but again, that was years ago. No at all to this name, Jannard Avery.
No, Jannard Avery stole money once.
Yeah, I don't need to do that.
Stole money once.
And Brandon's not in favor of Jannard Avery, just so you know. Rasheem Green is the 5th.
Don't know enough about him.
He was a third-round pick in 2018. He's 27 years old.
Yeah, don't know enough about him.
Brandon writes he's a solid rotational edge rusher, averaging 3.2 sacks per season, which, look, rotational. That's kind of the entire line on the edge for Vic Fangio.
Don't know anything about him, though, so I can't comment on that.
Bruce Irvin.
Okay.
But he's 37.
Yeah, Bruce Irvin's older.
That's the thing, right?
Whoa. But if you're talking about a rotational piece,
exactly.
My ears perk up a little bit.
Here's a name that intrigues me for a couple of reasons. Justin Houston.
I am very interested in that.
He turns 36 in January, played 7 games for the Panthers last year, had half a sack, 2 tackles for a loss, but Fangio's Dolphins, remember when he was the defensive coordinator last year, they signed him to the playoff game, and he actually played okay in the playoffs coming off of just free agency. Melvin Ingram is at 2. He also played for Fangio last year when they dealt with a million injuries, if you remember. The Dolphins did. So they were picking these guys up late in the season. So Melvin Ingram won. And then the top name is Jason Pierre-Paul. He's kind of like the Ndamukong Suh. He's just sitting there. And there's been reports that teams, according to Aaron Wilson, who covers the NFL, apparently multiple teams have recently been contacting Jason Pierre-Paul for like an insurance policy this late in the season, which is what the Eagles did with Sue and Joseph.
All right, I'm going to text Justin Houston and see what he's doing this morning.
Hey, why not?
That's a name I didn't even think of, and
we'll see if we get a response.
Maybe he wants to come to Philly.
But Jason Pierre-Paul is the number 1 name on the list for Brandon Galton, and I totally understand why. Again, 36 years old. A lot of these guys are older, but you're kind of desperate at this point now that Bryce Huff will be missing time and Brandon Graham is done for the season. Coming up next, we'll reset the show. Johnny has more stats that we've been loving, and how about more love for Saquon Barkley? I just want to keep loving on Saquon Barkley, man.
That's fine with me.
255 yards rushing yesterday. Why not? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sports update.
A primetime pummeling. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by the Fanatics Deal of the Week. Go ahead and check it out. This week, it's half-price tickets to Yuletide at the Liberty Hill Holiday Festival. Go to 975thefanatic.com, keyword deal. The Eagles pummeled the Los Angeles Rams 37-20 last night on Sunday Night Football. Felt a little tighter when the game started, but the second half, well, that's when the Eagles feast, and that's when Saquon Barkley seems to be at his best. He was on another level last night. 255 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns rushing, 302 total yards from scrimmage. One of the greatest performances in NFL history, breaking Eagles single-game records. What didn't he do last night? And Nick Sirianni talked about his running back after the game.
Saquon's a special player, and we were able to hit a couple home runs. Saquon has that ability to hit home runs, and so sometimes that's how it goes. You get some short gains, boom, home run, and Saquon's that type of player, and our offense line did a good job.
Everybody did a good job last night, and that's why the Eagles are 9-2 and have 7 straight victories. Unfortunately, the one blemish on the night is injury news with Brandon Graham. He told reporters after the game that he tore his triceps, and he's done for the year. The Sixers fell to the Clippers 125-99 last night. The Flyers will take on the Golden Knights at the Wells Fargo Center tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia 76ers basketball.
Embiid for 3, and it's good, and that was a tough one, and he buries it. His first of the game.
The games are here.
McCain with his steal. He's got George. He keeps it himself, plays it off the glass, and in.
Great Monday. Football Mondays on the Fanatic, presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com. And, of course, don't forget about the deal of the week. The 2 single-day adult tickets to Yuletide Liberty Hill for the price of one. It's located where, Johnny?
It's in Norristown.
No, that's the Fonzie.
It's in Drescher.
Oh, Lafayette Hill?
Oh, Lafayette.
Lafayette Hill.
Lafayette.
Come on, man. Yuletide Liberty Hill.
This is not hard.
Is
Lafayette.
the region's ultimate Christmas village featuring rides, boutique shopping, ice skating, live music, craft drinks and food, and so much more. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. You know what's funny? Real quick, I was in this town, New York, this past weekend. Random town. Connor knew about it. He played in baseball.
Yeah.
They have a D3 school there?
They do.
New
They're one of
Paltz.
the SUNY.
What's it called?
SUNY New Paltz, State University, New York.
That's the school that George O'Leary made up a fake degree from.
Is that actually true?
That got him fired from Notre Dame.
Is that true?
Yes. George O'Leary left Georgia Tech to become the Notre Dame football coach.
Yeah.
They did research on him, and he had faked his resume to get jobs years ago, and he faked a master's degree from that school.
That's amazing.
And they, when they found it, Notre Dame fired him.
Well, yeah, but if he was
leaving,
what if he was a good coach? He's a good coach.
Yeah, he's a.
But I
liar in his resume.
I randomly looked up yesterday who's from there. Charles Davis, our buddy Charles Davis, played football there.
No way.
So our buddy Charles Davis, who we have on often to talk Eagles, and John Turturro, the actor.
John Turturro?
I don't know who that guy is.
You don't know who that is?
No.
Yes, you do. If you saw the picture, just Google it. You'd know immediately. You'd go,
Big Lebowski.
Okay. You would know him immediately
No,
if
Jeff
you saw
Bridges,
his,
bro.
No, I know.
If you
He
saw
was
his
the
picture.
guy that he competed in bowling.
Okay.
He did the hip thrust.
There you go.
Okay, brother.
I've seen Lebowski like once. I got to go back and
Let's
watch
get it back to the Eagles. All right, so our main topic today, obviously we're celebrating the Eagles win, and we're celebrating Saquon Barkley. And sometimes we can't even put it into enough words how impressed we are with Saquon Barkley. But our question today, are you now saying that the Eagles are at the top of the NFL? And again, record, yes, they're up there, but we saw them 10-1 last year, and it didn't necessarily feel like a 10-1 team. This team, you sent the text about Wagon yesterday.
Yes.
They look like nobody can really stop them. Now, they're not going to play the Detroit Lions until the NFC Championship game, but you got to get there first. And is there a team in the NFC right now that you think can stop them? I don't. And then if you go NFL big picture, let's say somebody knocks the Lions out, does you a favor, and you're going to the big dance. Obviously,
you're hosting the NFC title game.
No, I'm talking Super Bowl. If the Lions get knocked out, the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl.
I would agree with you that it's just the 3-win scenario is a lot harder.
I understand, but if you get to the Super Bowl, like the Bills and the Chiefs are the only two teams in the AFC right now where I'm like, all right, that's gonna be a great matchup.
No, they're the only two that I would be in the least bit concerned with.
So there's 4 teams,
and maybe somebody knocks one of them off.
Yeah, you never know. I mean,
you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, one of them would have to be knocked out if you're getting to the Super Bowl, if not both.
I mean, it's wild.
I'll tell you what we should be rooting for.
What?
Every team in the NFC North that can make the postseason, make the postseason. Because divisional postseason games are a different beast.
You're right. Lions, Packers,
I gotta tell you,
Lions, Vikings.
I got to tell you, it's going to sound stupid to you, but I want the other team I want dead, like spike through the heart, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I want them dead and buried.
I haven't even thought about them.
Baker Mayfield, he ain't scared of the Eagles.
Man. He just finds a way.
He is not in any. He has all the swag and all the I don't give a flip. I want them. I want San Fran out. I want them out. Get out of my way. And I want Minnesota badly.
And don't forget, the Buccaneers kind of like the Rams, where they lost their 2 receivers in Godwin and Mike Evans, and now they're getting healthier. Mike Evans came back this past weekend.
Now, they would need Atlanta to choke, which God knows the Falcons. God knows if you're counting on somebody to choke, the Falcons organization's a good one because of the fact that they lost to the Falcons twice already.
Right.
So the Falcons have a game, not only a game lead, but a 2-game lead because of that. They hold the tiebreaker. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull it off, but
No,
I would like
probably
to see
not.
Tampa Bay out. I'd love to see the Falcons roll back in here. I would just love that would be fantastic.
The Eagles, let's say it, they should be 10-1.
They should be.
Like
yeah,
that,
they should be.
That loss shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it shouldn't
but,
have
you know, the past is in the past, and you're moving
Happened.
forward.
Correct.
It sucks that it was a conference loss, and you're one loss behind the Lions because of it. But the Eagles are rolling right now. So let's hear from you at 610-632-0975. Our question today, are you ready to say that the Eagles are not just one of the top teams in the NFC, but in the NFL? And do you believe that this Eagles team can win the way they're playing right now, where the offense is very run first?
Oh, it's very run
man, is it successful. But do you believe that if they need to go toe-to-toe with a pass-happy offense, can they do it? I'm still very proud of the Eagles, proud of Kellen Moore and Nick Sirianni that they did not panic yesterday. When they weren't scoring touchdowns early on and they were just getting field goals, I thought they were going to panic and start throwing the football, especially because if you remember, the Rams' first drive, they flew downfield, and then Kyron Williams fumbled. The second drive, they fly downfield and score a touchdown. The third drive, they got to midfield, then they had to punt. I thought the Eagles were going to panic and start throwing the football. They didn't. They stuck to their game plan. Boy, did it work.
It absolutely
I think it works big picture.
I think it does, too. And
play to your strengths.
And plus, too, with Detroit, what do you want to do? Detroit's going to want to limit the amount of times that the Eagles go on offense.
Absolutely.
And the Eagles are going to limit the amount of times the Lions are on offense. That NFC total game might be played in 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it could be.
Except for all the commercials.
Yeah, and the halftime show's a little bit longer.
Exactly.
All right, let's go to the phones and we'll get some texts as well. Let's go to Monday Marcus, who's in AC. What up, Marcus?
Marcus, what's up?
Gentlemen, John, as I always tell you, keep healing up.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
To answer your questions, I'm going to say yes and yes. The fact is I also heard the Sirianni talk after the game, and all I kept hearing was home run, home run. I don't know if Rob Thompson called him up and see if Saquon can bat fifth in the lineup or not.
They might need him.
I guarantee you he'd have a better awareness of the strike zone than some of the guys that they bat.
I didn't know if it was too soon, man, as far as the Phillies.
Yes, it is.
So the couple points that I wanted to make was when I look at him coming over. First of all, I'm a little disappointed in you gentlemen because there's Turkey Week, Thanksgiving coming up on Thursday, and I haven't heard you guys talk about the Hogs in the hour that I've been listening. Those Hogs up front were very, very responsible for not only keeping the pocket pretty clean, Jalen held the ball a little bit, but opening those holes for Saquon. Those Hogs up front and the defensive side, Jalen Carter he's doing what we expected him to do. Giving Williams the
yeah, you're right, man. They're big dudes, and Cam Jurgens, what he's able to do in the second level, and we've touched on the Jason Kelce thing. Like, look, obviously Jason Kelce.
It is no knock on Kelce.
No, and he's a Hall of Famer. He's heading to Canton, but man, they have not missed a beat with Cam Jurgens in the middle.
Not at all.
I just figured with this week, I had to give those guys some love too. So I got to sit in ovation for them.
There you go.
Damn right, Marcus. You're the man.
Thanks,
we appreciate
Marcus.
the call.
I think
brother.
the first snap of the year, wasn't it? It was one of the first snaps of the year.
One of the first snaps. Yeah, the fumble.
Other than that, he has been freaking exceptional.
Yeah.
Exceptional.
He's been really good. Yeah.
And Jason Kelce, remember, blew a few snaps last year down the stretch.
He did.
So, it happens.
There was one play. The Eagles won and won big, so we haven't had to talk about it.
What was that?
Dude, Jordan Mailata got laid.
Oh, my gosh. Can you remember ever seeing that?
No. First off, Jordan Mailata's 8'7", 655 pounds. He's like Shrek.
You saw his legs, though. It's like at the time that I think he was trying to do some footwork thing at the time, and
Jared Verse read the timing of the snap so perfectly that he got a bit of a head start. But dude, that
was unbelievable.
How strong you have to be able to move. First off, just move the man. Right, to win the bull rush where Mailata takes a step or two back, that's a win within itself. He lifted him up off the ground. Like, he lifted Andre the Giant off the ground. Rey Mysterio, for you wrestling fans out there, lifted Andre the Giant off the ground.
All those references
the big show.
Yeah, I know the names. I don't, but the...
It was ridiculous seeing that happen.
Yeah, almost weird that Landon Dickerson lightly tapped him and he flew 50 yards.
Yeah, that was the refs, the officials yesterday.
It was a bad day.
That being offsetting penalties, because who got
There was PI in the
That's
end
what
zone.
it was. Yeah, there was pass interference in the end zone, but they offset the penalties because Landon Dickerson, a late hit where he extended his arms and Jared Verse flew about 50 yards.
Yeah. Jared Verse, it is L.A. Maybe he's trying to get cast in a movie or something.
Yeah, maybe that could be
They
it.
do that terrible Fall Guy movie. Yeah,
You didn't like Fall Guy?
Terrible.
I thought it was pretty good.
Terrible.
Fall Guy. That's the one where he's
With
the.
it's a
With Ryan
yeah,
Gosling.
dude,
right?
I like that
it was
movie.
He was it was horrible.
You saw the new one?
I had to cut it off.
I'll get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I did. I had to cut
Chrissy
it
and
off.
I saw it in theaters.
Oh my
Pretty good.
gosh.
I was entertained.
We won't do Ryan Gosling disrespect on this program.
Oh,
I
my
like
gosh.
to stand for it.
Man, that's a high school state winning cornerback,
Yeah, that's great.
and he built a house.
He
And,
was a
yeah.
liability on that team.
yeah, but he had to go back out there later on the game, later on the season.
Speaking of remember the Titans, forced due to injury.
Yeah, and what did he do? Look, next man up.
Where's Julius Campbell? We need an edge
Next
rusher.
man up. We learned about that with Doug Peterson. Next man up. All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Again, overall Eagles love. Feel free to just chime in on that. But are you ready to say that the Eagles are in a top tier, not just in the NFC with the Lions, but in the NFL? They are what should be considered a Super Bowl contender at this point. If anybody's saying
one of the Super Bowl
otherwise,
favorites.
yeah, Super Bowl favorites.
They should be.
If anybody's saying otherwise, I don't know what's holding you back, but what do we got?
Now, I'm glad somebody else said this. This is my favorite text we've gotten all morning because we haven't talked about this yet, but I freaked out one moment during the game. And this texter did too.
This reminds me of, what was it, last week where you said we finally have good questions for Andrew?
No, that's not it.
Why did somebody freak out?
This person says, am I the only one who almost lost their mind when the refs called pass interference on Eagles number 24 and they showed the James Bradbury graphic?
Yeah.
I thought he was on the field for a second and was wondering when did he come back.
And I was just, remember Friday, it was so weird because Friday's show, I said, I'm embarrassed to say, is Bradbury on the roster? Is he available?
He's
and then when
still
they said
around.
his name, I went, what the hell? No. And then I realized it was Isaiah Rodgers.
There was a point where I was like, if he is on the field right now, I am going to have a conniption.
So he, according to their depth chart, is still on IR.
He is still on IR.
Still on IR.
Still
Okay,
on IR.
He's still killing this team.
By the way, you're talking about Super Bowl favorites. The Eagles
Are third?
to win the Super Bowl are third,
Third.
plus 650. Lions at plus 300. Chiefs plus 500. Eagles 650. Bills 650. So they're tied.
Okay,
for
tie with the Bills. Okay. Okay. I, there's no disrespect there, but it would be a value today. That's a value today.
Who do you think is coming out of the AFC? Just a guess.
Kansas
I think
City.
the Bills.
So if you wanted to go Bills versus Eagles as your prediction
Yes.
for the Super Bowl,
Bills, Eagles, Super Bowl.
you would get plus 1,400 odds.
Okay, I would put $20 down on that.
For Bills
$10
versus
down on
Eagles.
that. I'd put $10 down on that. I
and
would
then,
do that.
Chiefs, if
Nah.
you did Chiefs, look,
I can't.
until they're dead.
I just want them out.
That's plus 1,100,
Yeah, exactly.
in case you were wondering.
I want them out.
All right, what
Buffalo can get that home field advantage.
Might
And
not
if-
matter.
And if Buffalo gets the home field advantage, they will go to the Super Bowl. They will go to the Super Bowl.
They very
We did
well
this
could.
with Brady for years, boys. Don't fall into the same trap.
I'm not doing it. Look, I'm not following no traps,
I'm saying
man.
it. I'm saying it today, and I'm saying it with my chest. If Buffalo gets home field, this Chiefs team is not. They're not even as good as last year's that went 11-6. They're not.
I'm just not spitting in the face of
No,
the
I don't
wind.
want to do that.
You know what I mean? All right, what else we got?
So check in here on how good the Eagles are. This texter says, I've seen enough. Book your tickets to New Orleans.
Wow.
Our defense is elite and deep. Saquon's a maniac. Jalen's back to being the efficient winning quarterback that we know. And, man, have they just been balling out in all facets of the game.
What did I do, Andrew? We can say it now.
All right. You did it. You did it, so you did it.
I already did it, so it's no jinx or anything like that. Last Friday morning, I had my favorite seafood restaurant, and I love, if I could have a chef, I would have seafood 3 nights a week, 4 nights a week. Like, I love fish, but I just don't know how to cook it. My favorite seafood restaurant in America is in New Orleans, GW Finn's. And I did make a reservation for GW Finn's.
He made a reservation for the week of the Super Bowl.
I'm just telling you now. I'm going to do it. And hopefully that'll be the good luck charm. Hopefully that'll be for good
Yeah,
luck.
that'd be nice. Look, you're,
That'd be
you're
really
just, you're
good
just
luck.
planning ahead. You're a planner.
And
you
I
know?
am.
You're a planner. Let's go to Matt in Drexel Hill. What's up, Matt?
What's up, Matty?
What, guys? Sorry, taking off speakerphone.
You're
Good. Thank you,
brother.
buddy, for doing that.
Yeah, I think their schedule played out to them. You know, it was pretty easy in the beginning, and it's going to start getting harder. So I think these next few weeks with the Ravens, Pittsburgh, I think you know, I mean, I'm definitely a believer, but if they can at least keep the Ravens game close, like
the Ravens,
I mean,
the Ravens,
blow them out.
The no. But the Ravens' defense is horrendous. Do you know that? Like their offense is spectacular.
Yeah, the way you're talking about it, Matt, makes it seem like you think the Eagles will lose this game, and you're just happy if they keep it close.
The Ravens, the Ravens' defense is horrible.
I don't think they're going to finish the season just 2 losses.
No, but I mean the Ravens' defense is horrible. Like I'm already penciling in the Eagles for 31 points. That's how bad they're. But the Ravens' offense can absolutely score. It's going to be. It is the greatest challenge that the Eagles' defense has faced.
Yeah.
But I mean, oh man, I mean it's going to be.
Yeah, come on, Matt.
Come on, Matt.
Say it
And
with
by
your
the way-
chest, brother.
by the
Go
way,
Birds.
And the Steelers offense. It looks
I
like.
hear you, but those 3 games, it was like Cincinnati, the Giants,
right?
And you know, these aren't teams that can beat anybody.
Steelers. Wait. Cincinnati can. It's their defense stinks.
Thanks for the call, man.
Their offense is fantastic.
And they held that offense to just 17 points.
I swear, like you could watch it. It's like Marple Newtown's offense watching the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Look,
I mean, seriously.
You know what that call is? The Eagles are really good, and then you start trying to see
I'm nervous about it because I don't want to buy in and be hurt.
You know what could be true? The Eagles could be better than a lot of teams in the NFL. They could be better than the Ravens. We'll find out on Sunday.
No, they could. And the thing is, we're not going to that game, Sunday's game, doesn't necessarily. If it ends up 34-31 Ravens, 28-27 Ravens, it doesn't mean necessarily the Ravens are better. It means that they won on that day.
But you hear them say, "Oh, but that Ravens offense." What about the Eagles offense?
And
but that Steelers defense. What about the Eagles defense?
Here's what I'm going to tell you about the Ravens and the Steelers. The Ravens are top heavy. Great offense, horrible defense. The Pittsburgh Steelers, spectacular defense. A high school offense.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like they don't start looking at the Eagles are balanced.
Yeah, they're a complete team.
They are absolutely balanced.
Right. Now, what I will say about our last caller, Matt's point, the one thing that I do understand where he's coming from, I don't think they're finishing with 2 losses.
No, I don't either.
There are other losses out there. So that's the logical part of the argument where he's like, well, there's going to be a slip up at some point, and I get that.
So are these other teams losing too? Is Detroit losing? Is Baltimore losing?
They are.
Okay.
And my point is there is part of Matt's argument that's being logical right now, but as a fan of this football team after last night's game, we'll give you the pass right now. You don't have to be logical. You don't have to be anything more than just like excited about this Eagles football team at this moment. You just had a dude go for over 300 yards from scrimmage. Your defense is awesome. You're one of the best teams in the NFL. Are they going to lose another game in the regular season? Probably at some point. But today's not the day for logical fan, they're probably going to drop another game.
No, today's the day the Eagles are winning the Super Bowl, and they're going undefeated next year, and they're never going to lose ever again.
Put it on the table. Enjoy it.
I said to my child last night, she's like going in the first quarter, oh, man, this defense just doesn't look up to the challenge, Dad. And I'm like, would you stop? Like, be patient.
Yeah.
And I said, you have just grown up, like the guys I work with, completely spoiled.
Damn right we are.
And she's been more spoiled than you.
By the way, Ralph Facciano, who used to cover the New York Giants, he now does all kinds of stuff for Fox. Your front pages in New York, the Daily News, baked cutlets.
Oh, I love that.
Newsday Sports, Met Lifeless, and the best sports town, the New York Post. I'm sorry, New York Post mocked and rolled because Baker Mayfield was mocking the
cutlets.
By
the way, they're going to hold that as like a grudge.
Probably.
Isn't that great?
Probably. I can't speak to it. You know, I'm Lithuanian. Hands are off on that one.
Tommy Cutlets.
That's you, Johnny.
Hey.
You got the vowel.
Did the fake agent show
the fake
up?
mob agent guy? Yeah.
So
I don't
stupid.
know. I didn't see any photos of him.
So stupid.
All right, coming up next, we did this time last week. We're not doing W's and L's, but let's look ahead a little bit.
Yes.
The Eagles are going to finish with wins in the teens. But just how many? more than what anybody expected, I think. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles win their 7th straight game. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update's brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. And the Eagles, well, they're in good hands recently with the way they've been playing football. 7 straight victories for them, dominating the Rams last night, 37-20 on Sunday Night Football. It was a performance built for primetime by the
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. The Mike Missanelli Show coming your way at 10 o'clock. We did see Bill Colarulo during one of our commercial breaks. Bill is riding high today because another Sirianni win, another Sirianni road win, and his boy Milton Williams had the big night last night with a couple sacks and a forced fumble.
Bill Colarulo, he had a lot
to say.
He had a lot to say. He had a lot right this summer.
He did.
He had a lot right this summer about his objectives, what he thought guys that could ascend and everything. The Milton Williams one, though, I said, gosh, I'm listening to Bill talk about him. I'm like, I don't even recognize the guy. He's been the guy that Bill thought he was.
Yeah.
So that's really, really
good. Well, there was
good.
the really cool video around the summertime. I don't know if it was before OTAs or after, but Milton Williams and Jordan Davis were working out together this offseason.
Right.
Obviously, Jordan Davis to try to quiet the noise of first-round bust, and Milton Williams entering contracts.
Right, exactly.
And they're both playing very well this year, as is Jalen Carter. And now you just got to see what does Vic Fangio do to try to continue to create pressure on quarterbacks, because you're now Brandon Graham's out for the rest of the season. Bryce Huff's going to be out for an extended period of time with the wrist surgery, and it's not like you were getting much from him early on in the year before the injury. So it's time for Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt and Josh Sweat to step it up. And Josh Sweat got banged up yesterday,
He
too.
did. I'm excited, though. It's a Bill will be on at 10 with Mike Missanelli. He's wearing his victory capris today, too.
I think those are just his everyday capris.
Those are his everyday capris.
Can I ask you guys something, though, because you brought up
why men wear capris?
No, not exactly. Milton Williams and Jordan Davis, you said they're having good years. Who's not? Like, honestly, who's not?
No, you're right. And that's why earlier today I said one of the dangerous things about this team is that everybody's getting better. Like, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was not having a good year up until maybe 3 weeks ago.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson's been arguably the worst starter.
And has since played much better.
He's honestly been the starter. If you
count Bryce Huff.
You can't count Bryce Huff. If Bryce Huff's not in the equation,
yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson was the most disappointing guy in this defense. Now the last 2 weeks,
Much
he looks
better.
like he's rounding into shape.
Yeah.
And I love seeing that because last night, Chris Collinsworth, some people don't like Chris Collinsworth. I personally do. I'll tell you this, what I like about him is I learned something about football. He'll point out something that'll make me learn something.
Yeah.
And he raves about
C.J. Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he raves about his physicality, his nasty edge.
Well, he had that big play on the sideline. I forget if it was Cup or Nakua to stop them short of the first down marker.
He stopped him a yard short. It was a great play.
It was a great play, and
that's what we need to see more of.
And he's gotten much better in the Latin. Who knows? Maybe it was getting
back from the injury and getting back from injury too.
Yeah,
I mean,
knocking rust off.
And more importantly, hey, I'm fine with it. So roll into shape in December.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
And he's hitting it at the perfect time because he's got 3 weeks to the title fight. You know what I'm talking about? George Pickens. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, 100% going to be hands in that game.
Oh, there will be hands.
Pickens,
he's
a very good player.
Let me tell you
good player.
Let me tell you this. He's a mental case. And I'm just being honest. I observed George, again, another dog. I observed him from out of high school into the Georgia program, and he would get into fights. He got suspended twice by Kirby in his first year for fighting. And unnecessary fighting. Like he would get into scraps when it was completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
I hope CJ is in his head.
I'm sure he will be.
I'm sure he will be.
CJ, talk your ish. Because he does not have, I do not believe George Pickens has the
mental fortitude,
the bandwidth, the mental bandwidth to be able to handle harassment.
Yeah, clearly.
I remember the Georgia Tech game. Georgia was up by like 30. And George Pickens is getting into a fight with a player, and there was no reason.
Just this past week,
There's no
after
reason.
the game was done.
He's not right. He's not right.
No.
So how's that to start the look ahead?
I love it.
That's a good way to start
great.
the look ahead.
That is great. By the way, their offense, I'm sorry. I apologize to our friends. I had a few people from Marple Newtown. I apologize to that. It is, I should not have said that the Pittsburgh offense looks like Marple Newtown. It looks a lot more like Ridley. You know, it's a little more like Ridley.
What, is every town going to hate us by the time we're done?
No, Ridley. No, it's an upgrade. Ridley's an upgrade over Marple.
You could say my school.
The offense. What's yours?
Clearview Regional High School.
Clearview Regional?
I think they got outscored by like 600 points this year.
Okay.
So maybe that
The
one.
Pittsburgh offense is horrendous.
But yeah, so if we look ahead, you were saying how, or we had a couple people say they're not going to finish with 2 losses, and that's probably true. But
they're not running the table.
Over the next 6 games, you're facing 3 potential playoff teams: Ravens, Steelers, and Commanders.
That is it.
The other 3, the Panthers are tanking. The Cowboys should be tanking. The Giants are tanking.
You have Cowboys and Giants last 2 weeks of the year. If you don't just show up and put a solid effort out there and win, you're nuts. I think the Giants game is going to end up being your bye week.
It could be.
You may use that as your bye week if you are the 2 seed.
And then Ravens, Steelers, Commanders, I expect them at this point. I expect
2
them
and
to
1.
2 exactly. So 1 to 2 losses, and the second loss might be the bye week against the Giants.
Yeah, I mean they 13-4 is probably, to me, the most likely outcome.
But 14-3 is still a possibility.
And I would love to see them screw over the Giants by not playing anybody the last week.
Yeah.
And seeing the Giants beat them. Where you have something locked up.
Who did that 2 years ago? Was it the Texans? Didn't the Texans win it on a Hail Mary at the end?
And it ended up costing them.
Yeah, but then they ended up getting Stroud, which worked out over Bryce Young.
Sure. Bryce Young's coming around.
He's coming around.
Because people made grand judgments on Bryce Young based on
I still think he's
short period of time.
I don't think he's got an arm.
His ceiling is probably Geno Smith.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be all that good.
Well, Geno was terrible yesterday.
Now, real quick, one thing that we haven't
still won.
We haven't really mentioned.
Yeah.
The Eagles crowd yesterday
was awesome.
So I just saw a photo, a legendary sports figure in the city, as you know, Cindy Webster.
Yes, Cindy.
She just tweeted this out. A friend of hers, Kenny, lives out in L.A., and Kenny took a photo at the bottom of the steps where all the fans were going down, and obviously after the Eagles won, a lot of people stuck around.
Sure.
It's just Kelly Green. You would think it's a row of steps inside Lincoln Financial Field. It was at SoFi Stadium. Dude, the Eagles chants came through so clearly on through my TV last night. Clearly. And I had the volume kind of down because the family's asleep, right? I heard it clear as day anytime there was an Eagles chant or anytime there was a big play. I get it. It's not like there's many L.A. Rams fans that, after they left L.A., going to St. Louis and now back to L.A. But whether there's not that many fans or not, that means that many Eagles fans traveled.
And wasn't it awkward seeing the Rams celebrate? Them bringing out the St. Louis Rams?
Yeah,
there's
weird.
something about that didn't, that it didn't make sense to me. Even though it is their franchise.
It is their franchise, but,
It didn't make sense.
Hey, all I know is the Eagles fans were out there in droves.
It was
yesterday.
awesome.
Great.
Philly Sports Trips had a good group out there.
Damn right they did. Let's go to Mark in Jersey. What's up, Mark?
Gentlemen, it's another glorious Monday.
Hell yeah, it is.
It is really nice, isn't it?
It's beautiful. I love it. It's cold fall season's around us. The Eagles are playing good football, clicking on all cylinders. There's no way. I agree with. I think Andrew, you said it. 14-3 seems more possible. I'm not afraid of any of the teams coming up. Really, I mean, the Ravens game does kind of scare me with Henry, as a running back, and Lamar, obviously, but. I mean, other than that, the rest of the schedule, I'm not going to say it's a cakewalk, but they're all winnable games.
Look, do I think they're going to finish 14-3? I don't, because that means that they've won 7 straight games now.
They only lose 1.
That means they would go 12-1 down the stretch, which is crazy, but it's possible. They're a great football team.
I mean, losing Brandon Graham does hurt with the depth, and I think that's another reason why I think defensively we'll be shorthanded, going into this week coming up, but. I could see it. It's definitely possible. I hope they do, and I hope they just stuff it to the Giants and just rest everybody.
That'd be fun if the Giants screwed themselves out of a better draft pick because the Eagles laid down in the last week and they won. That would help. That would be great because you got to worry about them getting their quarterback in the future.
True, but I mean, for them, how they've handled things the past few years,
sure.
They get in their own way sometimes. So. I'm still confident that's always going to happen.
That's awesome.
You're the man, Mark. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
the call. Go Birds. Happy Monday morning. All right, so coming up next, we're going to do our own edition of the Key 3.
There's been so much to get to
There's
today.
been so much to get to, so we're going to go through it all. We're just going to say it ourselves. Why not? And maybe we'll sneak in some texts and some calls before we get out of here as well. It's been such a joyous Monday morning,
Oh, I love
Johnny.
it. My favorite word.
Again, we had one of our great listeners, Maria. She tweeted at us. Don't know how you do it. You guys barely got any sleep. I need 2 cups of coffee this morning.
Today was great.
This is beautiful. I will gladly do this every week if it means the Eagles are winning.
Sure.
Winning.
They can win at 1 p.m.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Hey, nap time will be huge. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Beachcomb to Konechny. They score! What an unselfish play by man-made Beachcomb.
The games are here.
So normally you hear the 3 best minutes from today's show. Our man Brendan Gunn a little under the weather today. So we're just going to do it our own, Johnny. And, of course, the key three best minutes from today's show is brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown, where you can try their key 3. We'll tell you about those beers in a second.
You were sampling some, too,
and
so that's great.
I did, and they were tremendous. But here's what we got into earlier today. Obviously, we've been reacting to the Eagles game all day today. We've had a few topics and questions that we've asked the audience, but let's first start with some of the key takeaways from the game yesterday. Obviously, Saquon Barkley, I believe we called him an alien earlier today.
I think you described him as an alien, yes.
I saw him run faster sideways than people coming head down right at him. I saw him jog once he broke through the second level and guys going full sprint trying to catch him. His jog was faster than their full-on sprints.
Dude, there was one point, the first one he broke, because A.J. Brown was on the outside blocking downfield to kind of free him up a little bit of space. A.J.'s at a dead sprint, just losing ground.
Yeah, and Saquon Barkley's just a maniac. That play that you're talking about, I saw somebody, I think it was Dan Orlovsky, posted a all-22 footage of it from behind Hurts. As soon as Barkley hit the hole, Hurts put his finger and pointed toward the end zone. He knew it was a touchdown. I'm dead serious. Dan Orlovsky tweeted it out. It was amazing. So Barkley is just ridiculous. The defense, once again, ridiculous. But we've also had the unfortunate news of Brandon Graham being out for the season with the torn tricep, which sucks.
Breaks our heart.
Yeah, it breaks your heart. And then it's not just because, like, last year, if he missed time, you're going, oh, man, well, I love Brandon Graham. This year, it's, oh, man, I love Brandon Graham, and shoot.
Because Brandon Graham is he found another gear this year.
He did.
He just did.
And that's credit to, Vic Fangio, a lot of it. And Vic Fangio straight up said, if you remember, I don't care how old you are, the best players will be playing. And he's been playing them like crazy, and he's been playing very well. And Vic Fangio's done a tremendous job at cycling guys in and out. But our main question today is, are you ready to now say that the Eagles are one of the best teams, not in the NFC, but in the NFL? Do you have them on the same tier as the Lions and Chiefs and Bills? And for the most part, Connor, did we get any texts that were the opposite? We had our last caller that was like, oh, I need to see them against the Ravens and Steelers. But for the most part, we've had nothing but positive people today.
We haven't had anybody on the text line saying, I need to see this, or I'm waiting for that. Or
Not even the contrarians could check in today.
They couldn't even come up with a bunch of BS on this one.
It really is amazing.
I love the – and again, this is a credit to Nick Sirianni, who was taking a lot of shrapnel. Whatever they did at the bye week came together. And his players were even again on the broadcast last night getting credit for it.
Yeah.
A lot of the credit goes to the man who had to say, yeah, okay, there's some things I need to do better and we need to do better, and I'm willing to do them. There's a lot of guys who are in his position who think they're the smartest guy in the room and who refuse to learn.
Yeah, there are.
He's learning.
And
he learned, he made adjustments, and look.
And I know we talked about this story a lot from Tim McManus, but they talked about it again on the broadcast last night. Who's the sideline reporter for Tirico and Collinsworth?
Stark.
Yes. She talked about
Melissa Stark.
Tim's report about the offensive lineman going to Sirianni during the bye week. And, there's one way of looking at it going, why did it take that meeting for this to happen? But there's another way to look at it like, hey, credit to Nick Sirianni, because there's a lot of coaches that they stick to their beliefs. He listened to his players. And, man, that meeting, thank you, Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson, because that meeting changed a lot of the direction of this season.
I wonder if, do you think Landon Dickerson came in, though, and pushed him like he violently pushed that defense?
Jared Verse, who flew 500 yards.
That was unbelievable.
Unreal. All right, so there's our verbal key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. The OG Pills Legendary Philly Lager, which is a gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for the best American Pilsner, which is a family recipe dating back in 1960. Still one beautiful beer. The Walking on Clouds, which is the flagship hazy IPA. I had that this weekend.
See, you did.
Oh, my God.
Loved it.
Amazing. Honestly, one of the better IPAs, because you know me, I'm a simpleton when it comes to beer. I like getting an IPA when I go out to eat.
Okay.
But I'm usually like a light beer guy at the house.
Right.
I want to find these at one of my local stores. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So the Walking on Clouds, which is the flagship hazy IPA, you got to check that out. And Johnny, what else do we got?
I would say that the Vienna Lager is one of your spots that you want to taste. All the German ingredients. It's wonderful.
Two-time best of PA winner.
It is. And if you're in Norristown, which is very much like Vienna.
I bet
people say all the time they get confused. Am I in Vienna?
Do you think it'd be a two-time best of German?
I think
winner?
it could be.
I think
You
it could
never
be
know.
too. Check
Very
them
well
out,
might be.
VonsiBrewing.com. That's where you can check out the key three from Vonsi today. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? Let's get one more text in here.
All right, so we'll go ahead with this one. VT Ron checks in.
Oh, what's up, Ronnie?
And he says, hey, fellas, I've been around football a long time, and I have never, ever seen a running back like Saquon Barkley. He has to be the greatest of all time, hands down, for the Eagles. What a performance last night. Can't wrap my mind around 255 yards.
As I said to you earlier, he only needs 216 yards. It will be the greatest rushing single-season performance we've ever seen. 216 yards in 6 games.
That could happen next Sunday.
I'm not expecting that. I'm believing that it'll be that home game against Carolina.
Could be.
Which would be wild if he goes out and he has a nice game on Sunday, moves into the top 3 of all time, and then
That'd be
boom.
cool.
That'd be good.
Adam Schefter put out this tweet earlier this morning. Barkley has 500 scrimmage yards over the last 2 games, joining Hall of Famers Walter Payton and Ollie Matson as the only players in NFL history to record 500 scrimmage yards over a 2-game span. He became the 6th player in NFL history to record multiple rushing touchdowns of 70-plus yards in a game. The others, Lenny Moore in 1956, John Fuqua from 1970.
Watch your language.
Barry Sanders, Frank Gore, and Maurice Jones-Drew. Barkley's 1,649 scrimmage yards are the second most by any player in his first 11 games with the team after Eric Dickerson's 1,700 with the Rams in 1983.
I'm glad to see for Saquon, too, because he didn't get to win in college. So getting a chance to come to a winner here is great. I think he's the best thing to come out of Penn State next to Mike Missanelli.
Yeah.
Who's coming up next?
Absolutely.
Next to Mike. He'll going to talk about that embarrassing effort on Saturday. I'm sure he'll fill that in. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, FT Young Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. I mean, when you can survive Minnesota, dude, you're just happy to get a victory. You walk in there and...
Hey, not as embarrassing as a 51-27 loss to the Roadrunners. That's what happened to our squad.
I'm not competing. Dude, I'm not competing with that.
Hey, UTSA's tough this year, boys.
Yeah, they are.
They're real tough. Temple's tough to watch.
Temple tough. There you go.
We are back at it tomorrow morning on a Tuesday. Our man Jeff McClain will join us. Amy Fadul for the entire hour. But first, coming your way next, the Mike